Test. Test.
Nothing. Hello, Central.
Okay, I can see we're getting it through the A10 now.
Hello. Hello, operator.
We want to go to camera 4? Camera 4 is live. Yep. It's a little washed out, but... Ooh. Wait, no. I'm seeing levels here. Can you open up the stream and see if you can hear me talking about this? For me, every time I talk? Awesome. I hope someone's watching right now and they just hear me rambling. Um,
Hello. I can hear myself.
okay, can we get someone to check on their phone? It should take like 20 seconds to go through. Maybe I need to turn this up.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. Saying words. I certainly am.
Testing.
Okay, well, we'll turn it way up then.
Hello, Central. Okay.
Test. Blobbity blee blah.
It's barely showing up.
I'm gonna crank that up there. How's that?
It's loud.
Okay. We'll put both of these to the right. Both of these to the right. I'm still talking. If you were tuning in, welcome to the first in 12 years Oregon Tech hosted track meet. Today, the Oregon Tech invite at the John F. Moehl Stadium has already been going. It's been going for approximately 4 hours. Unfortunately, we were having technical difficulties. Now that we have audio running, though, we will summon our commentators so I don't have to do it. Here. Dial it down to like 3/4.
No. I'll just keep it there.
Well, if we're peaking on the output here, no amount of adjusting here. We need to have a clean feed.
Sounds okay. We can adjust it there. I'm just adjusting it here first to see what it is.
Okay. My name is Graham Wiltrout. I'm the director of Oregon Tech Broadcasting, and it is my fault that this is going bad, so I apologize for that. But we have a pretty nice production in store for you for the next 5 hours, 4 hours, depending on how things go. In a few minutes, we will welcome our esteemed commentators, Tobias Rustin and Tyken Preston, but their location currently eludes me. I'll now hand the mic to Aiden Shields, and he will fill space.
Hi there, everybody. I'd like to apologize for all the technical difficulties we suffer from today. Again, welcome to the Oregon Tech Invitational here in unusually cloudy Klamath Falls, Oregon.
Hi everybody, my name is Kellen. I'm a current assistant here. We're working on getting you a little more audio and information soon. Current events that have finished up is we have men's javelin finished. I'm working on getting you that stats right now. We also have, I believe, women's long jump that is finished. We have men's long jump coming up here soon. On the current schedule, what we have coming up is we have running events and track events starting at about 12:10 with the men's 110 hurdles. We have women's 100-meter hurdles right after that at 12:15, and then so on and so forth. We should have commentators announcing that. We are going to go off stream for here in a little bit. We'll give about 1 minute, so you should hear commentators come back in just a little bit. Hopefully we'll have stats going over the previous events that have just finished. Yeah, so we'll talk to you here in a little bit.
Hello and welcome to the actual start of the stream for the 2024 Oregon Tech Invite. I'm joined with Tobias Rustin.
Hello.
We are here to tell you about track. And right now, we're going to talk about shot put. What do you see out there?
Well, it looks like they're getting it set up. Got Mr. Tyken out there measuring. And, yeah, hopefully we see some exciting PRs today.
It's an exciting time here at Oregon Tech. This is our first track meet that we've hosted in, 12 years?
Something like that, yeah.
That's crazy. And I would probably have a lot of thoughts about that if I was more involved with the track team, but these people up.
Okay. So it looks like we've got Hunter from Oregon Tech. He's a freshman. And we have a couple athletes from Southern Oregon, John Rose and Derek Bennett.
According to our information, Hunter Enoch will be the very first person throwing shot put today, followed by John Rose from Southern Oregon and Derek Bennett from Southern Oregon. Can you tell me a little bit about what the shot put competition is?
Well, I'm not necessarily an experienced thrower, but essentially you have a weighted ball and you're trying to throw it as far as you can. And that's about as simple as it is.
Are there any special ways you have to throw the ball?
You're not really allowed to throw it like a baseball. You kind of have to push it outwards, if that makes sense. So usually athletes will kind of get it close to their chin, as you can see right here. And then generally people will get a spin going to get some momentum built up and then kind of launch it forward. So you can see he's in the stance there, getting ready to spin. There's a throw.
That looks
Beautiful
like
form.
a good throw to me.
Yeah, that was very good form. Hopefully that's a PR for him. According to our heat sheets, he does not have any records so far this year for shot put.
Is
So
this his first official throw?
I believe so. This looks to be his first official shot put throw in college.
It's wild. Now here we have John Rose from Southern Oregon, also getting ready to do his little spin move.
Form
Launches it
there.
a little short of Hunter's throw. Looks like Derek Bennett is up.
Senior from Southern Oregon.
Looks like he threw about on par with John Rose, and again short of Hunter Enoch's throw. Hunter's now up for his second throw.
Look at that form right there.
Toby, how has your experience as a student athlete in the track team shaped your time at Oregon Tech?
You know, it's really taught me to be a better student for sure. Gives you motivation to obviously do well in sports, but that definitely carries over to the classroom. And I don't know, the team experience is great. It's nice to be part of, a large team that is all working towards bettering themselves as athletes and representing the school. But yeah, it's been great, and I'm glad to finally have a home meet, get to utilize our new track and stadium.
Yeah, it's probably nice to not have to sit in a van for 100 hours to...
Yeah, definitely a lot better than sitting in a hot van with broken AC.
Looks like Hunter has just removed his pump cover for his... Is this his third throw?
I believe this is...
Oh, this is his first real throw.
Yeah, those were warm-ups initially.
We are about to see him launch a rocket into space. There it is.
Very good.
Not quite as far as one of his warm-up throws, but still farther than both of his competitors. You love to see the Oregon Tech Owls dominating the competition.
Yes, sir. Looks like we got Mr. Tyken out there in the beanie measuring. He should be announcing right now, but
we'll hear from
caught up.
Tyken in a little bit when he gets back from that. And I will guilt him severely for ditching this microphone and making me do it. In middle school, when I was running track, I threw shot put at one meet. Yeah, when I was doing my spin, I accidentally dropped it on the ground, and then I scratched the rest, and I never picked one up again. Is that John's first throw there? Yeah, John Rose from Southern Oregon's first throw. He's also a freshman. Looks like he short, but still a pretty good launch.
looks like next on deck we'll have Derek Bennett, also from Southern Oregon. He's a senior.
Looks like his previous record is 11.31 meters. We'll see if he can outdo that today.
All right, here he goes.
Taking a strong athletic stance and throwing the ball pretty
Quite
far.
far.
The shot put. My apologies.
I mean, it's a ball.
It is a ball.
Steel ball.
Do you think you could juggle those steel balls?
I can barely pick it up, so definitely not.
Do you think they could juggle those balls?
I
I mean, really,
I
you're
would
only
be
holding
shocked.
one at a time, right?
Yeah.
But you are having to absorb the downward force before launching it back into the air.
Yeah.
But, Toby, from what we're seeing here today, they're pretty good at launching it into the air part.
They really are. Yeah. A lot better than I could do.
Well, to be fair, you trained to be a distance runner, not to be
Yeah.
a heavy ball thrower.
Looks like Hunter's back up. Great launch there.
Did that hit in the same hole as the last one he threw?
It looks like it did. Very consistent.
Consistent athlete, that means he has his strategy down to a T.
Yep.
Perfectly rehearsed.
Got that perfect form.
That's
Knows
the
what he's
kind
doing.
of athletic dedication you can expect from an Oregon Tech Owl.
Wait a second. I think we might be mixed up on athletes here. Looks like we have two Owls throwing.
Do we have two Owls?
Not on the list, though. So which one's Hunter is the question. Ooh, great throw there. That was a launch.
I think that one's Hunter. I choose to
Must
believe
be.
that that's him.
So one of those two athletes is Hunter. I should probably know which is
Yeah.
which, but they're both freshmen. So,
I believe the other one is not Hunter.
yes.
I think
one
that's
of
a
the
safe
two
bet.
is not Hunter.
Unless they are fraternal twins whose parents named them exactly the same.
And for some reason, they only have one spot on the heat sheet.
here in Klamath Falls is that, it's like a bristling 33 degrees
And
with
windy.
a nice cold breeze.
It's very cold.
I'm hearing the last throw is 7.11 meters. Oh, it's actually 42 degrees, and it's going to rain.
What's
See-
the wind chill, though? Feels like 35.
Yeah. The rain is really bad news for me personally because I'm responsible for over $30,000 in camera equipment we have out here today. Generally, you don't want the camera equipment to get rained on.
Looks like potentially Hunter is up.
Sounds like that previous throw was a scratch.
As far as I'm aware, they have to stay in those white lines. They also cannot let their foot leave the circle. If they do, then it's a scratch.
There's Tyken again.
Measuring things out there.
With that handsome fella standing there, hand in his pocket.
So got another Oregon Tech owl up. Seems like he's been having some pretty good throws today.
That is easily the farthest throw.
It was. I believe it was a scratch, though.
Yeah, I just
Um,
heard it was a no mark. His
Yes.
feet might have left.
It definitely looked like his foot left the circle. I think that definitely gives you an advantage in a throw, hence why it's a scratch.
In terms of the competition, it's generally inadvisable because it disqualifies that throw.
Yep.
It looks like this last fella just barely stayed inside the line. Right. Oh, just go get on the camera. Looks like in a moment we will be able to watch the beginning of the women's 800.
This is the final event for the women's heptathlon. Currently, Allie Odell from Oregon Tech is in the lead by, I want to say, about 1,000 points, which is quite a bit.
That last throw that we just saw was a scratch. The women's heptathlon.
Here we go.
Just
800
begun.
starting. So for the first 100 meters, they have to stay in their lane. Then you'll see some cones here, and they are allowed to cut in. Oh, guns going off. Looks like we had a false start, or maybe a timing mishap. Looks like the athletes have to stop and turn around. That's always the worst. It's the worst thing to happen in a distance race, or any race, really.
Yeah, that is unfortunate to immediately have to reset. You got to get back into the mindset, get ready to run again.
Looks like the ladies are walking back. Getting ready
Take a
to-
look back over at the shot put while they get reset over there for the women's 800 for the heptathlon.
Looks like an Oregon Tech athlete just threw.
That last throw came out to 11.45 meters, which would be a PR for whoever threw it, because it's higher than all of the records we have here on the heat sheet.
So we've got an SOU athlete up. Solid throw there.
Solid throw, almost hit Tyken, right there on the edge of the white line.
Yep.
Tyken really is brave for standing in the line of fire in the shot
Yes.
put pit.
Not feel good to get hit by one of those.
think it might be worse to get hit by a shot put than it would be to get hit by the javelin, because the javelin would at least go clean through.
That is true.
Sounds like that last throw was a 9.9. And since that second decimal was omitted, I'm going to assume it was a 0.
That's what you just threw.
Looks like the women are putting back on their cold weather gear. There may be a delay before the second try for the 800.
I'm assuming they're having some difficulties with timing. That's what it seems like. Generally, the only reason that the gun will get fired off again to have them turn around is a timing error or someone false starts, but you don't usually see a false start in a distance race.
And that throw was a 9.51 for whoever threw it.
Looks like an SOU athlete just threw that one. Got Oregon Tech up. This might be his final throw. Oh, he stepped out.
Did he step out? I didn't see the flag.
He didn't throw a flag, so maybe it was clean.
That was clean. That might have been the best throw.
They didn't measure it, though, so that makes me think maybe it was a scratch.
Take 2 of the women's 800 in the heptathlon.
We'll cut to you now. We come back to the second try for the 800 meter in the women's heptathlon. Yeah, go to the 800. Say that again.
Looks like we have Allie Odell in lane 3, Oregon Tech athlete. And we have 2 Multnomah athletes in lanes 4 and 5. This is for the women's heptathlon. And they're off. Currently, Allie is in the lead for the heptathlon event. I believe she's about 1,000 points ahead. So she is very likely to win the heptathlon. We'll see how she does in the 8. So there they just cut in. Looks like
So
Allie
that's-
is leading.
After that 100 meters, they can all merge to the short lane, right?
Yes, so for the first 100 meters, they have to stay in their lane. And then 100 meters in, they can cut in where those cones were.
Allie Odell coming around the bend with a healthy lead.
Quite the gap forming there. The hardest part of the 8 is
The
beginning of the first or the second lap. So these next 200 meters are going to be very tough. It's usually when you start to feel that lactic acid build up, but if she can push through that 200-meter barrier there, still has quite a big gap.
In fact, it looks like that gap is growing between Allie and the Multnomah athletes.
Definitely is. This is arguably the hardest distance race in track. So you're essentially running 2 very fast 400 meters, almost in a sprint, but not quite. And you have to hold that for 2 laps.
It's often referred to as the longest sprint instead of being the shortest distance race because of the nature of, well, it being a sprint for the whole way.
Yes. Still has a very large gap there.
It looks like she's about 50, maybe even 75 meters ahead from the last place contestant.
Coming into the last 100 meters here.
She comes around. It looks like that Multnomah athlete is gaining a little bit. She's pushing down the home stretch.
Still has a
Maintaining a
lead.
consistent pace. The lead is closing, but it does not look like it is closing fast enough for the Multnomah athlete.
Got Allie
With that-
Odell in first place.
I'm sure that's not going to hurt her 1,000-point lead in the heptathlon.
Definitely not.
Here we see the second Multnomah athlete crossing the line.
Very solid performance. That is the conclusion of the women's heptathlon. That was the final event. We had 4 of the 3 events yesterday, and the final 3 today.
We look back to the shot put. Looks like the last was an 11-3. I believe that was the second Southern Oregon athlete, 'cause I believe this is the first Oregon Tech athlete.
Solid throw. Looks like it was clean, no scratch.
That was the final shot put throw. Now we can look to Javelin because it looks like they are getting started on there. And that last shot put throw was a 9.26, and that's in meters.
You can see there's Jose out on the field measuring. He is our star athlete in the men's javelin. Unfortunately, he's injured. So will not be throwing today. But looks like he's hard at work measuring the women's throws right now.
I heard in the rumor mill that Jose actually crossed, what was it, 200 meters in a throw?
You know, I'm not 100% sure. That sounds pretty far, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is definitely in the running to be a national champion this year.
That could even result in a shot at the Olympics, correct?
Yes, he went to the competition in Mexico. I forget what it was called, but he went and competed there against some of the star athletes in Mexico, and I believe he placed 4th overall. And if he does well again at that event this year, he has a chance to make it to the Olympic trials.
That's kind of nuts. An Oregon Tech athlete going to the Olympics.
It is pretty crazy. He's quite a talented thrower.
He's also an incredibly hard worker. I've had classes with him, and I've seen how much time he puts in on the field, how much time he puts in the gym. He's really dialed in on his goals.
He definitely is. He's currently my roommate, actually. Saw him last night working on his last final. Definitely puts in the work. Looks like we just had an Oregon Tech athlete throw. I believe that is one of our freshmen. Looks like we have Katie up to throw. Here she goes with her run up. Very solid throw.
Let's see what the distance is. This is Aiden Shields stepping in for Graham Wiltrout, who had to step away for a few minutes. He'll be back with you soon.
I could be wrong, but I believe this is Katie's first year throwing javelin. I know she's thrown disc and shot in the past. Looks like that was a very good throw.
Certainly does. Right now, the track crew is setting up for the men's 110 meter hurdles. That event will be at 2:10 p.m.
Looks like we got Jerry on the mic here.
Hi, everybody.
That may have been the conclusion of the Javelin.
Final results of the women's 800 from the Heptathlon. In third place, with a time of 2:52.90, Isabel Rash. In second place, with a time of 2:39.
Looks like we got the 110 hurdles up next.
Lily Guzman.
Getting those set up currently.
And in first place, with a time of 2:33.75 from Oregon Tech, Callie Odell. Your final Heptathlon total. In third place, Rush with a score of 3,147. In second place, Guzman with a time with a score of 34.96. And in first place, with an NAIA qualifying top mark of 4,427 points, Callie Odell of Oregon Tech.
Currently announcing the results of the heptathlon. Looks like our athlete Allie Odell took first place. See, camera's panning over to the 110 meter hurdles. Should be starting here shortly. So, looks like we have men up first for the 110 meter hurdles.
First call for the women's triple jump. Again, first call for the women's triple jump.
We got Jaden Christie of Southern Oregon and Tate Wyman of Oregon Tech, both freshmen in the 110 meter hurdles.
In second place from Multnomah with a mark of 4.99 meters from Multnomah, Brittany Coleman. And your winner with a mark of 5.14 meters from Southern Oregon, Sienna Powell.
Looks like Tate's PR is currently a 19.13. See if he can beat that today.
Shot put. In fourth place from Southern Oregon with a mark of 10.11 meters, John Rose. In second place with a mark of 11.73 meters, Oregon Tech.
Looks like we've got about another 15 minutes before the hurdles start according to the schedule.
96, Derek Bennett.
day we're having here, Jerry, wouldn't you say?
I would say, Terry. Oh, almost lost the heat sheet there.
About a brisk 37 degrees. Nice 32-degree wind chill.
Overcast and just balmy.
Intermittent snow and rain. It's your typical Klamath Falls weather.
Turbulent air, perfect for shot puts and javelins.
Yep. That high Reynolds number for all of you fluids nerds out there.
You would have to be a nerd to know about fluids, Toby. You're right about that. Why don't you tell me about it?
Well, it's one of the courses we have to take as a mechanical engineer. 2 courses, to be exact. And basically, you just learn about the flow of gas and liquids. It's about as exciting as it gets.
That is really exhilarating.
Yes. Quite entertaining, really.
Speaking of fluids, I hope all the athletes out there are hydrating properly. Getting those electrolytes in.
Yes. People don't often hydrate very well when it's cold.
Being cold gives the illusion that you're not thirsty, but you should still be hydrating. Make sure to put salt in your water for that cellular hydration.
It's electrolytes.
Now we're going to try something new that's unprecedented in Oregon Tech broadcasting history. We are going to look at us. Right now, we are just in a holding pattern on the track while the athletes warm up.
First call, men's 110-meter hurdles. First call, men's 110-meter hurdles.
If you couldn't hear that, that was the first call for the men's 110-meter hurdles. That means there's probably 20 more minutes before they actually run.
Sounds about right.
Javelin and shot put have wrapped up. So we just get to monologue for a little bit. I like to complain about being cold again.
Yes, it is very cold.
I'm freezing. I have several layers on here.
We sure did forget gloves.
Yep.
Not the move on this blustery day.
Allegedly, the tent that we're under right now actually has walls that we can put up, but nobody knows where they are.
As with most things at Oregon Tech.
Yes.
I did consider bringing my space heater that I have, but I figured overloading the one power supply that all of this runs off would be suboptimal.
See, briefly saw Jose Ignacio on the camera. He's our star javelin athlete.
Athlete of the week over
Yes.
here, qualifying for NAIA Nationals in Javelin.
Yeah, it's kind of cold weather for the throws today, but they had a couple in conference qualifying, or close to it. Katie Moehl hit 33 meters today in the jabs.
Very impressive.
2 meters off.
Here, take this one.
All right. Yeah, I was just saying, Katie Moehl with a 30 meter flat throw, and we had another girl here at 33 meter for the javelin. That's like 2 meters off the conference championships. That's gonna be hosted here at the Klamath Falls Stadium, so that's something to look out for.
Definitely going to be going for that national mark at conference.
Yeah, I have to hit the qualifying mark last weekend. I'm just trying to, heal up and get healthy so I can keep competing and put up a good javelin meet of conference. Yeah, it's gonna
Absolutely.
be good. So, yeah, that's it for the throws. We got shot put going on right now with the men's. We got 2 over guys, and SOU throwers coming up too. So
Looks like the women's shot is warming up,
yeah.
and the men's shot has concluded with SOU taking the win in men's shot, with Oregon Tech taking second place.
We all need to make sure that our microphones work, so we'll go around and say our favorite colors now. I like cobalt blue personally.
My favorite color is also blue, just like this microphone.
And I like yellow.
Testing the microphone. Looks like we're good.
Oh, here's the other mic.
I think that one's not working.
It's working. Is it working? Hello, hello.
Looks like we currently only have 2 microphones
Second
working.
call for the men's
Bit of a drizzle coming down.
call. Men's 110
It's gonna
second call.
be real nice in the men's mile.
I must admit that
The second call for the men's and women's pole vault.
Hello, hello.
must admit that error was entirely my fault because I never actually patched in these audio feeds. So now we should be able to hear it.
Women's 100-meter hurdles. First call for the women's 100-meter hurdles.
Looks like the hurdles will be starting here shortly.
Oh yeah.
Could see Tate warming up at the line.
We're gonna come to camera 1. You go to the line.
Nice.
Panning over there to the 110 hurdlers. Getting ready to go.
Yes. Fun event.
What's
Testing
that
out those
contraption?
blocks. It's going to be a 1v1 race. Very exciting. Head to head.
Oregon Tech versus Southern Oregon, so it's always a good match.
It's the rivals.
Yes, sir.
Rivals from across the pass.
In Ashland.
That's good. For those of you who don't know, Oregon Tech and Southern Oregon University both have bird mascots that compete in the wild. So naturally, we are rival colleges in real life, despite SOU being much worse than Oregon Tech.
That's quite the take there. I would tend to agree as I run for Oregon Tech. Unfortunately, SOU couldn't get as many of their athletes out to this meet as they would have liked to.
Not hard to beat Klamath Falls weather.
No.
I mean, we are Oregon's city of sunshine. Unfortunately, that city of sunshine only comes through in between hailstorms and snowstorms. I am just noticing that we have chat messages, and we have a question from Destiny Ortiz asking if we can share the order of events. So next up is the men's 110 hurdles, officially scheduled for 12:10 p.m. After that, we have the women's 100-meter hurdles, the triple jump, and long jump, followed by the men's 4x100-meter relay. And then at 12:30, we'll watch the men run the mile, the women throw shot put, and both pole vault. After that, men's and women's 100-meter, followed by the men's 400, the women's 400, and the men's discus. And then the men's and women's 800, the men's 400 hurdles, the men's 200, the women's 200 and discus, the men's high jump, the 3K, and then at 2:30 p.m. we have the men's 4x4 and hammer throw, followed by the women's hammer throw, and then it ends.
Also, the women's shot put is going on right now. Yeah,
I don't know if we could get a camera on
Yeah, I don't
women's
know.
shot.
that'll be nice getting some angle for the
Camera
women's
two.
shot.
Clear comms. Camera 2, can you get the beginning of hurdles? Camera 1, can you get shot put?
So
we
the
just have the
camera
static
is
cam.
panning over to the women's shot put.
So yeah, right there we see Katie Moehl. I feel like she's the favorite. Well, that's not Katie Moehl. That's Emily.
Emily Bittler.
Emily Bittler, yeah, from Alaska. Yeah, that's where she's from, her hometown. And second year here at Oregon Tech, and yeah, she's
Clean throw.
She's launching rockets here at Oregon Tech.
And yeah, next up is Katie Moehl. Favorite to win this event for sure. She got quite the experience. She's from Oregon City, and yeah, she currently has the school record for hammer, and yeah, she's quite the thrower.
As you can see on the camera, it is currently dumping hail.
Hopefully all that expensive equipment I was complaining about earlier doesn't get destroyed.
Dang.
All right. In a moment, you might... We do not have insurance. Officially, I checked out all of the equipment for this event, so I'm on the hook for all of it.
Let me help you with that.
Looks like we're currently trying to get the tent put over the top of the equipment so it doesn't get damaged by hail and water. Looks like Katie Moehl is up. This may be a practice run.
In second place, with a mark of 33.06 meters from Oregon Tech, 8 miles.
Looks like that was just a warm-up throw.
4.06 meters.
Still very impressive.
Just receiving the results from women's javelin. It's like SOU in first place with 2 Oregon Tech women coming in second and third.
Yeah, both will go to hurdles when we start.
Kate Miles coming in second for Oregon Tech in the women's javelin, and Katie Moehl coming in third for the women's javelin.
Was that Emma who just launched another intercontinental ballistic missile?
It was.
Yep. Yep.
Looks like the 110-meter hurdles is
All right.
almost underway.
We cut now to the 110-meter hurdles as they get ready to go.
Yup. Oh.
Looks like we have some interference with the camera here.
We'll go back to shot put for a moment.
Hey, there's Katie Moehl prepping a bomb.
We just missed that Sienna Gregory's throw.
Oh yeah.
Do we have results on that last one?
Boom. That looks good.
Solid throw.
Looks
Solid.
like they're still just doing practice throws
Yeah,
currently.
seems like the warm-ups going on right now.
Disregard.
Looks like hurdles are getting close to starting. The official talking with the athletes. Looks like he's getting ready to set the gun off.
Walter, can you get on the hurdles?
Notice they set up 4 hurdles, even though there's only 2 hurdlers, and they will be going in the middle 2 lanes. They set up 4 hurdles because that way you can't swing your leg around the outside of the hurdle.
Don't want anyone cheating out here.
100-meter
Can't
hurdles.
Make it easy on these guys.
Got our Oregon Tech freshman. Let's hope he can get a PR today. Current PR is about 19 seconds.
But he's been looking good in indoor and starting strong in outdoor, so looking to improve on that today. He's up against quite the mullet, so it could be difficult.
The mullet does add 10 miles an hour.
Does add aerodynamics and steez.
I can't imagine how cold those runners are right now.
I'm sitting here with 3 layers and I'm freezing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Quite cold weather. Hopefully improves. Let's see.
I wonder if there are any NAIA regulations that prevent us from having a bunch of campfires out here on the track.
Wouldn't that be nice?
There's definitely a bunch of school regulations. Perfect.
Something to look forward to would be the men's mile. We got a bunch of alumni running in that race.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could rollerblade a mile faster than you could run it?
Not me personally. Someone.
If I was an experienced rollerblader, maybe.
I wonder if it is a faster mode of transportation than using the old Chevrolets or the Lamborghinis.
I think it depends. If you're Jonas Hartline, rollerblading would be much slower.
They'll stay on hurdles.
Hey, Mark French is competing today, right?
Yes, alumni.
Nine-time All-American.
Several-time All-American. I want to say six-time
Oh,
All-American.
six-time, yeah. Six-time
In
All-American.
cross country and track.
Yeah. Crazy.
It
It's
looks
gonna
like
be-
Southern Oregon didn't realize that the race has not started yet.
No, he knows. He's just
He's
warming
doing
up.
his
Don't
work.
worry.
Just got to make sure those hurdles are
Good to
perfectly,
go.
perfectly in
Line.
line there. Have precise steps in between the hurdles that they have to take.
Yeah, those
Falls
hurdles.
off a little bit, throw off their whole cadence and wipe out.
Those hurdles are looking kind of tall, yeah. I'll say like above my hip. Kind of tall guy, 6'2". So I say like around 3 feet, 5 inches, maybe.
The previous shot put throw, which we don't presently have a camera on, was a 9.8.
Oh,
The
okay.
athlete who threw that is unknown, but that's information that was just fed to me over the radio.
Nice.
Followed by a scratch. An unknown person who threw an unknown type of scratch.
Oh, it seems like Katie
Looks
Moehl.
like Katie Moehl is up.
Yeah, Katie Moehl's up.
Gonna be looking for a launch.
Let's see.
Oh,
Oh,
it
that
looks good. Clean.
Clean,
Let's have Walter focus on the hurdles and Ryan to go back to shot.
clean legal throw right there for Katie Moehl.
Looks like we're going to pan back over to
Shot put.
shot put, potentially.
The last shot put throw was a 9.73. Thrower presently unknown. We see our esteemed director of sports information holding up a red flag, and I'm sure that means something.
Yeah, we see Emily Bittler at the shot put ring. A sophomore from Oregon Tech.
Looks like
Launched
the hurdles are getting ready to start. We have the guys on the stand with the gun ready to start them off.
Walter, get ready.
Just in time for the hailstorm to.
So hopefully
Really
we can
start
get the
coming
cameras
down.
pan back over to hurdles here. Looks like the gun is raised.
Hey, how you doing, Nick?
They're getting in their blocks. As you can see, the track is beginning to turn white with all of the hail.
Yeah, that is true.
Ryan, track them down when they start.
The moment we've been waiting for. Let's see if the cameraman's got the skills.
Ooh,
off.
there goes the
Stay on
race.
him. SOU with an early lead on Tate, but Tate's hurdling clean.
Seems like
He's hurdling
SOU
clean.
is stumbling. Oh,
Seems like, yeah.
A little
SOU is
stumble
about
from
to
Oregon
take
Tech
this
there,
win.
and SOU with the win
for the win.
quite handedly,
clean
unfortunately.
finish though. No one fell. That's always a good thing in hurdles.
Yep.
It did look like every single hurdle got hit by both athletes on the way down. That might just be a side effect of the fact that it feels like it's below freezing temperatures out here, but I don't know how that plays into the validity of the race.
Definitely not ideal conditions for a sprint, because your muscles are nice and cold.
That is true.
All right, we look back to the women's shot put.
Yeah, yup. Tara from Oregon Tech at transfer. Prepping this throw. Ooh, good spin.
Spin.
Ooh, seems like a illegal throw. Fall. Moment's shot. Seems like she slipped.
Slight fall there, followed by a scratch on the throw.
That may be due to the fact that there's probably a bunch of hail built up in that
Yeah,
pit
honestly.
there, since you're
that's-
wiping it with a towel.
What?
Women's hurdles are scheduled next. It looks like the hurdles are being cleared off the track for an unknown reason. This is odd because the schedule that was given to us by the meet organizers.
The
Looks like-
100 women's hurdles is not happening any longer.
It's like there was only one athlete in the event. They decided not to run.
Up at the shot put ring, we got a redo on the shot put from Tara. Seems like a legal throw now, and yeah, looks good.
Unfortunately, we don't have live results for these.
Nuh-uh.
Hopefully at conference we will.
Well, let me tell you, allegedly we're switching to a new stats system that has a live API that we can pull this information from. So not only should we have live results, we should be able to have live graphics to display results.
Wow.
Oh wow,
I'm really looking forward to it.
it's really nice.
We can also look at athletic.net for slightly delayed results from
Oh yeah.
all of these competitions.
It's like quite a launch there from Katie.
Katie Moehl.
If
I've
she
seen
keeps
her.
those up, we'll have to notify the Air Force Base that we're sending stuff into their airspace. Sounds like that was a 10.11.
Very solid
That's
throw.
10.11 meters from the edge of the circle to the close side of the ball.
Coming up soon, we got the men's 4x100 relay with 2 teams, I believe. One from Southern Oregon and one from Oregon Tech.
The timing station's down there. The guy in the puffy jacket in the corner, Mike Safford, he knows most of the stuff. Oh, he hasn't already picked Jack. He knows what it is. I do, in fact, have a pen. I do have a pen, Tyken. I'm glad you asked.
That's not my name.
Yeah, that's Jerry
My name's
right
Jerry. That's not a pen.
there. He does not have a pen, in
It
fact.
looks like I think Kellen stole my pen. That last shot put throw was an 8.66, I think. If you don't know who Kellen is, he is a employee of Oregon Tech Athletics who often helps us out with the live streams. He's also a menace to society.
Hey, we got a thrower here, the Javelin, Josh. He's a little shy.
Josh got scared and started running away before his interview. Unfortunately, we will clip this and run it relentlessly. That previous throw was 9.22 meters. I believe that was Sienna, correct?
It was.
That's a good throw for Sienna. Do we have her personal record on any of these papers?
Oh, I'm sure it's here somewhere.
Women's shot.
Yeah, where's the women's shot?
Women's 100-meter hurdles has been scratched. Next up on the track will be the men's
Looks like
4x100
Sienna has
relay.
thrown. Never mind, we do not have a mark for Sienna.
Looks like she is unattached this year.
Here we go. Tara from Oregon Tech, right at the ring. Seems like a good spin and is on bound. Yeah, it's a legal throw for Tara.
Her current record is looks like 20. No, that's for discus. For shot put, Tara's current record is 8.93 meters.
Yup.
So let's see.
Well,
if
her
she
previous throw, I hear, was just an 8.89, so she's coming up on her PR.
very close to
Nice.
the PR.
Nice.
I'm sure if it wasn't so freezing cold,
Katie Moehl. Katie Moehl propped a bomb.
The distance guys warming up right there.
Legal throw for Katie Moehl. Oregon Tech shot put.
Walter, can you give me a shot of the distance guys warming up the high jump?
Yeah. So PR for Katie Moehl, 10:35 meters.
she threw 9.95 meters on that last throw.
Oof,
Great throw.
great throw.
Emily Bittler up next.
Ooh.
Clean throw.
Clean, straight throw.
Does not look pleased with it. Over in the let's see, over by the high jump pits, we have some wild distance runners preparing for the mile. A rare race. You don't see that in many meets, in outdoor track meets, because it's an indoor event. But at this meet, we thought it'd be fun to do the mile.
The last time I ran a mile Taiken was in high school PE. I thought all the races after high school would be longer.
Well, some are and some aren't.
It really is exciting that we're bringing back this relic from the past.
We're
Kind
also
of.
bringing back some relic athletes. We have some alumni. You can see Mark French out there.
Oh yeah.
We also got Joe Wilkinson.
Recent graduate, competed in cross country this fall. We also-
Somewhere out there is Nick McMillan.
It's the guy in the blue right there. Also graduated last year. I think.
Now we go back to women's shot put. The last athlete, I believe from a different school, threw a 9.69.
Wow.
Up next, we got Tara from Oregon Tech. Looks like a very good throw.
Almost lost it there, but held it together. Gonna pan away from the commentators now and observe some warming up pole vault athletes.
We're trying to get an angle here. We might need Walter to get double coverage.
Go wide and just try to
We
get
have
the
Katie
actual
up
jump
next
part.
for shot. Looks like that was barely inside the line.
Go up. That's good, right there. The
Coming
last
up-
throw for shot put was a 9.91.
That was by Katie Moehl.
9.91, impressive.
Final call for the men's 4x1. Final call for the men's 4x1. Second call for the men's mile.
Looks like Emily just
Second
threw.
call for the men's mile.
Looks like the pole
Second
vaulters
call
are
for
starting
the
to
women's
warm
shot
up.
put. Second call women's shot.
The last throw was an 8.30 from, was that Emma?
It was. So Emily Bittler.
Emily, sorry.
I think she goes by M.
Close enough.
Coming up soon, we have the men's 4x100 meter relay. Always a exciting race. Two teams today, one from SOU, one from Oregon Tech.
Shortly after that, we will have what I personally think is the funniest event, the pole vault.
Looks like Sienna just threw.
It seems like the weather started to get a little better, but still cloudy though.
No longer hailing.
9.89 was just thrown, which might be a personal record for. Ooh.
Well, we'd be able to tell you, but we don't have her stats on the sheet.
Yeah, and there's no live.
But
Still
there's
not
a good
online.
chance that was a PR.
Oh yeah, we have at the pole vault Chris Martinez, a former athlete here for Oregon Tech. And also as well competing, we got Eli for the pole vault. And yeah. So
And Bud.
and Bud. And Bud. Yeah. I
His
can-
full name is Bud.
It seems
Does he
like,
have a last name?
Light.
No.
It seems like they're
Bud
combining
Light.
women's and
Oh,
men's.
it's Bud
though.
Light.
Bud Light.
Interference on that last throw. Ooh. I'm not 100% sure what that means.
Interference.
Someone go out and try to catch it?
Something. Something got in the way.
Something.
This weather should be an interference.
Walter, when they're doing their run-ups, can you practice getting the pole vault shots?
See the milers getting their spikes on right now. I am really excited for
Yup,
that
yup.
race. Got a lot of people in there. It's going to be quite the battle.
Is the 4x1 about to start?
I know what's up
4x1
next.
should be starting soon. I see some blocks on the track, and I see Tate from Oregon Tech on our 4x1 team
Looks like he is
standing
very cold
around.
out there.
I am noticing on the schedule, the 4x100 is scheduled to start at 12:25, and it's now 12:26.
Wow.
The last throw is
Slight delay.
9.69 for those of you watching.
Next on the track will be the men's
Looks like we have
4x100
Emily up
relay.
to throw.
Where does the 401 start?
Should start over there.
Now the call for the men's mile.
wait, no,
Call
I get-
for the men's
it starts
mile.
there.
Walter, frame up for the 4x1 starting at the corner right in front of you. Ryan, be
Now
ready.
the call for the women's shot put.
Last throw was an 8.89.
That was by Emily Bittler, I believe.
First call for the men's 100 meters.
Oregon Tech coming strong for the throws.
Walter, I think they're to the right a little bit more on that staggered start.
Nice.
We now start looking at the beginning of the men's 4x100 meter race.
Yeah, no.
I think this is the beginning because it looks like he has a baton out there.
Yeah, we got the whistle
should.
going on.
If he doesn't, that's.
I don't see any other athletes from another school in the 4x1, which is odd. So it looks like it could be only Oregon Tech.
Seems like the referee gave the sign. Yep. Guns up for the 4x1, right?
Yes.
It
Did we
is
just
just
have
Oregon
one
Tech
team running?
in the 4x1.
Yes, it is just Oregon Tech.
Just Oregon Tech.
All right, Ryan, get ready.
Here he comes.
So I think I know.
Guns
who's
up.
winning this one.
Yeah, I was looking at my bookie's favorites
Set.
and what odds he would give me for this.
And
they're
off
off.
they go. Oregon Tech.
But he said-
there is a chance they couldn't finish. If they
All he's got to run is the curve.
And up next is Owen Lean from California. As a transfer from California.
Oh.
Ooh, seems like a little
Bobbled
delay right
the
there.
rough handoff.
Baton.
all right.
But Owen's got the speed of Usain Bolt.
Looks like there was a flag
And-
drawn for that
Yep.
handoff.
Still, they didn't drop the baton, so I'm pretty sure it's still going.
Joseph Byers now
And
passing to Michael Sanchez.
Finish strong.
And the
Michael
only clean.
Sanchez
Oh,
almost
never mind.
fell.
Almost falls.
Yeah, there it is.
There he goes.
Strong.
Coming up strong, finishing strong. Michael Sanchez from Oregon,
Oregon Tech takes first place in the 4x100.
First
Wow.
place with a really rough race.
Hey.
Gonna need to work on those handoffs for sure.
Yeah, that's quite the.
Just gotta break the rust off, though. It's all right.
But this early season, you know, they'll get it figured out for sure.
Fortunately, Oregon Tech left the competition so far behind, it looked like no one else was even competing.
See our coach there on the track. Looks like he's looking for something.
At the track. Where he at?
Oh, he's putting some tape down.
Okay.
It looks like.
Are you sure he's not drawing a little picture with sidewalk chalk?
Could be that as well.
Perhaps the new hopscotch event.
Oh yeah, Mike. Good old Coach Mike.
Coach Mike is definitely the meet MVP.
Hey,
You can
fun-
see him running around.
Fun fact about Mike, used to coach College of the Idaho for 20 plus years. And yeah, he transferred over.
And then
Now
he
he's
saw
here.
some sense and came to Oregon Tech.
Yes.
And we are super grateful to have him
Yeah,
here.
he's such a great coach.
We are joined here by an athlete for an interview.
We got Maxwell Cox.
Yup.
Way too nervous to do an interview right now.
What are you competing in today, Max?
3,000.
Max is competing in the 3,000 meter, another rare event for outdoor track and field. Normally, the 3,000 meter is a steeplechase version, but today there is no barriers in the 3K. Quite the opportunity. Are you excited?
Kind of.
Sounds like shot put
I'm
has
excited.
concluded for the day.
Well, good luck, Max.
Hey, we got women's hepta, Allie Odell, one of the best athletes out here in Oregon. What do you have to say about today's track meet? What's your intake?
800, death, and just cannot remember anything. And then I was done. And I tired.
And how about the jab? You did pretty good at the jab, huh?
Not as good as this interview over here.
Hey, fun fact for Allie Odell, javelin's her favorite sport out of all the throwing events, even running events too. So.
Oh yeah, totally.
I can verify by her reaction that she's incredibly passionate about javelin.
Oh, live, laugh, love, javelin, man. Okay, I need to go
Well,
see my mom.
Allie Odell, yeah. Yeah, Allie. Thanks for this interview, Allie.
Men's mile about to go off. Gearing up to compete here. You
The mile is starting. Get ready.
you might
Walter's gonna
catch a glimpse of some purple shorts worn by Nick McMillan. He calls them his chalky milk shorts because they have chocolate milk on them.
Chocolate.
That is the definition of steez.
All right.
He also has the sunglasses on, even though it's overcast and not that bright out.
You'll never catch Nick without sunglasses while he's running.
Yup.
Looks like we got Mark French in a vintage jersey.
Yo.
Vintage and women's version.
Alumni.
We also got Joe Wilkinson in our old jersey. We just recently got some new jerseys, blue and yellow instead of that weird.
Gonna be looking forward to seeing Chaz in the mile today. It's his debut mile. He is typically an 800 runner, so I think he could be really strong in this event.
I think so. The old Chasler.
I do think he'll be well suited because the mile is just the 800 twice.
Yeah, if he can do that 2 times,
Yeah.
there's a good chance he'll win this.
He's gonna be looking to beat out his freshman rivals Bryce and Braden. Also, first collegiate mile.
Yup.
We also
And-
have Thomas Long. He's back from injury. First race since his
If it's a problem, we'll just
ankle
start
twist
backup channels
situation.
earlier.
Looks like he's feeling healthy though.
Yeah, the Pavel.
Thomas Long is also
Oh, yeah,
an
Thomas Long.
ASOIT representative in the student government for student affairs.
Yup.
He's an athlete, he's involved in the community, and a student.
Yes, sir. Doing it all.
Some
Thomas
people say
Long.
being a student's the hardest sport of all.
Now, when you got as much going on as Thomas, it can be.
Looks like we got a Multnomah Lion going up against 8 Oregon Tech current or alumni. It's going to be tough for him.
That's
really
got to be an intimidating position to be in.
See if he can, if he gets trapped behind a wall of owls or can break through.
Perhaps herded by a wall of owls. Although unlikely, because the Oregon Tech Owls are premier athletes.
I think the favorite to win this is Jonas Hartline. As they line up, the gun goes off.
Yup, there goes the.
Who's going to take the lead? Looks like Jonas Hartline's taking an early lead, but the pack is very tight. Nick McMillan with an interesting jersey color choice, looking like SOU out there. He's actually an owl.
Ooh, quite the race.
Very tight pack to start off with.
All right, switch over.
Thomas Long and Mark French taking up the rear.
Nice.
Bryce Worrell and Joe Wilkinson just ahead of them, with Chaz in the middle there.
Looks like
Jonas
Mark French is taking it easy today.
Mark French.
atypical of the
Hey,
legend.
Strategy though. You must have a strategy going
Also
on.
got Thomas there in the back with Mark.
Hanging out.
Knowing Thomas, though, he could pull something.
Jonas Hartline leading the first lap, followed by the Multnomah Lion.
First call for the men's 100 meters.
Looks like they came in at around a 66 first lap.
12:50.
That would put them at quite the time, 4:24, if they can hold this pace. Thomas Long losing the pack a little bit, and you can see it spreading out there a little.
Knowing Thomas, though, there is a fair chance that he will pull forward.
Looking at Chaz here, a little gap developing between the first four and the last group. Hopefully Chaz is able to close that gap. Another gap forming between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Nick McMillan, not his favorite event, but definitely capable of laying down something fast.
Yeah, Nick
So we
McMillan.
got Braden, a freshman, up in the front pack. Braden has been a very strong freshman this year. There's a fair chance he will hold on to the pack.
Joe Wilkinson going to be looking at closing that gap.
In second place, unattached with a mark
Or
of
maybe
10
not.
points.
Maybe it's Mark
Rest
French.
Louisiana Gregory. And the champion in the shot put from Oregon Tech with a mark of 10.23 meters, Katie Moehl.
Pretty brutal conditions for this mile. It's hailing again, and the wind is picking up.
If you did not hear that announcement, Katie Moehl is the champion for shot put for the Oregon Tech Invitational.
Congratulations to Katie.
Katie Moehl, my bestie, for sure. She currently has the school record for the hammer, and I'm sure she's gonna get it for the shot put as well in the near future for sure.
Got the milers coming through. Jonas Hartline still in the lead, followed by Multnomah. Braden and Nick not far behind, with Mark French closing the gap. Come on, Bryce, get him! Come on, Thomas, what are you doing? Had to give some light encouragement to Thomas Long there. He's going to be looking at closing that gap. Chaz, not built for the mile, apparently, falling far behind. Definitely doesn't have quite the base of the rest of these distance guys. He's more built for that middle distance 400, 800 speed.
Looks like we got Mark French coming up on the shoulders of Braden. Knowing Mark, there is a good chance he will outkick these gentlemen. Looks like we got Jonas coming in, rounding the corner, in the lead by quite a bit.
This is the final kick, I believe. Nick McMillan closing in on him, with Braden not far behind, the freshman. Let's go, boys! Sprinting to the line. Looks like it's going to be Jonas
into the
Hartline,
finish.
Nick McMillan, Braden,
Oregon Tech is a 1
Mark
and 3.
French, and Multnomah.
If you had to describe those first 4 finishers using just their first names, how would you describe them?
Using just their first name.
Yep.
How would I describe them?
Jonas, Nick, Braden, Mark.
Can I interview him for this with this camera? Yeah. I don't think Paul was still going.
Looks like we got an interview coming up with
Up
Owen
here
and
at the
Jose.
track, we got Owen Lean, transfer from California. Hey, what can you tell us about that 4x1?
We just need more time to practice. Really, what it comes down to. This is our first time having a 4x1 since I've been at the school, so it's really you just got to practice it and make it work. It wasn't our day.
And also after 12 years, right? It's like the first home meet. So I bet that was exciting.
Oh, very exciting for a home meet. I mean, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Yeah.
That's nice. Well, yeah, here we got Owen Lean.
Second call for the men's 100, first call for the women's 100 meters.
Sounds like we were gearing up for the women's 100-meter race. That was actually a lie. Next up is the men's 100-meter race. Aiden's letting him up, or updating him. We now look and watch the pole vaulters do their silly little warm-ups before they jump over the bar with their silly little stick.
I personally find it awesome. Requires serious amounts of core strength, coordination, and balls.
No
Yes.
doubt that it's incredibly difficult.
Yes, it does look a little funny.
I do harbor some personal resentment because my coaches in middle school track never let me try. But, man, it looks like an adventure movie. That's what it is. Like someone swinging across a cavern, but instead flipping over the whatever.
If these guys ever get caught trying to cross a river full of alligators, they will be fine.
As long as there's a large bamboo stalk nearby. How's your day going, Larry?
It's Jerry, thank you.
Jerry, sorry.
It's it's been a day.
Most of them are.
I'm enjoying watching my teammates kill it in their events. I am slightly bummed to not be joining them today. I am out with an injury right now. Nothing major. I should be back after spring break, stronger than ever. We have another interview with the athletic trainer coming right up.
I don't think I have anything useful to say though.
Hey, you do? Hey, here I got Teresa. It's actually a student and one of the best trainers, hands down, for the Oregon Tech and in the state of Oregon. So, yeah, what can you tell us about your experience here with this?
My experience here at this meet, that we're true Oregonians and we're very tough here at Tech, and yeah, it's gonna be a good start to the season.
She's got quite the good spirits, and yeah, definitely be seeing Teresa, and also Isa is here. I don't know where Isa is, but yeah, she's kind of at the tent. She'll be here. Both of them will be here for the conference championships up in May. So yeah, go Owls!
Go Owls! Thank you.
Now we look to the beginning of the 100-meter race. The 100-meter dash.
You could call it that.
Perhaps even the 100-meter quick run.
Certainly not a 100-meter jog.
No.
I think we got Michael
absolutely not.
Sanchez warming up there. The only Oregon Tech athlete, I think, competing in the 100-meter dash. Few Multnomah athletes going up against Michael today. Michael got a bit of a warm-up in the 4x100 meter relay, so his legs should be nice and warm for this 100-meter dash.
looks like we're T-minus 5 minutes before the men's 100-meter race.
Shortly followed by the women's 100-meter dash.
And then the men's and women's 400-meter runs. Sprints? Dash?
400-meter sprint.
Would you call it a 400-meter dash?
I think the only dashing being done here is in the 100 meters. 400 meters is more of a slog.
I think the term dash probably maxes out at 110 meters, and beyond that, it's just running.
Beyond a 1600, you would call it a jog. A true
Or
test of endurance.
A punishment. If you are tuned into the broadcast, make sure to like and subscribe and ring that bell. Oregon Tech Broadcasting has just started assisting athletics with their sports streams, so you should be able to expect similar high-quality productions in the future. I specify high quality because this one had quite the rocky start.
We'll be looking on improving on our broadcasting quality for the conference championship meet.
Perhaps even making sure the audio works before we start the stream.
Yeah. We could do an interview here with Joe Wilkinson, who just competed in the mile.
We now look
Joe,
at
how was your mile? First race out of college here. How'd you feel going up against all the young bucks?
I don't know if anybody can tell on the stream, but it is hailing and snowing right now, and it's really cold, and we're at 4,600 feet elevation, so the 2 mile a week training plan wasn't exactly what I needed for this race, but I'm going to start picking it up again, probably get to 85 next week, and then be ready to hit it really hard.
Well, it was a good race out there considering the conditions. How do you think the other alumni fared in this treacherous weather?
There were no surprises. The only surprise was I was certain Mark French was going to run 3:54, but he did not quite make that happen. So it was exciting either way. Guys ran their hearts out, and it was fun.
Great, thanks so much, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Heidi.
LOL.
Final calls for the men's and women's 100 meters.
our two other commentators, Tobias Rustin.
That's not his name.
And Jose, last name, have disappeared.
First of all, men is 400.
This is on TV. Well, we're not live on this camera right now.
What? Spice. What are those? Drag plates. I got them from Austin. They're 2021. Oh, those are.
It looks like the 100-meter dash athletes are anticipating the beginning. We see them pacing, staying warm, stretching out, just on the edge of their seats to begin their race.
Michael looks like he's big chillin', just shaking out the legs. He's got the best mustache in the race, hands down. The mark of a true Sanchez.
Michael is also a very funny guy.
Ooh, the hail is coming down for this 100 meters.
Unfortunately, track athletes have too much resolve and perseverance to call the races because of the hail. That's unfortunate because my expensive camera equipment I keep complaining about is just getting pestered by this hail. If you can't tell in the feed, it is now going directly sideways, so the tent above us is providing no respite from the storm.
The sweats are coming off of the 100-meter dash athletes.
Did I just miss Michael ripping off tearaway sweats?
Yes, you did. It was quite the sight. All right, we're getting a little zoom in there.
We see the white flag.
Yes, we surrender
We sure do.
to the hail.
Because of our tribute, we now see the hail starting to ease off a little bit.
We're probably going to stick with camera 2 on this one.
The only owl, Michael Sanchez, going up against 3 Multnomah Lions.
You'll notice he is taking a moment to look ahead at the goal, whereas all of the Multnomah Lions are looking at where they're at. And they're away. A close race. Michael Sanchez staying in the front.
Lane 4 taking the lead. Lane 1.
And in the last minute, lane 1 pulls ahead of Michael.
Lane 3 pulled a hamstring, it looks like. He might be fine. Oh, he's good. He's good.
He's taking a little breather there, but they're all getting back up.
Got some drippage on the lens there. Apologies.
An expected side effect. Luckily, I am studying electrical engineering, and I'm skilled in repairing electronics. But the optics are the big issue. Do you know about optics?
No.
That's unfortunate. Would you like to say a few words?
No, I just going to tell whoever needs the wind gauge reading.
A microfiber cloth, but I don't think we have any. Do you have one? Do you have one?
Second call for the
Microfiber.
men's 400 meters. First call for the women's 400
It'll probably be fine.
meters.
Just make sure the whole thing doesn't get too wet.
Is there a women's 100 meter?
It's on the schedule.
Men's and women's triple jump.
You want to interview Michael real quick?
Yeah.
Michael!
Michael! We're going to interview with Michael Sanchez here. How did that 100 meter dash go in this treacherous weather?
Felt really good, came out the box really strong, and just maintained my speed and kicked some ass, so it went great.
You looked really good out there.
Thank you.
Against those Multnomah guys.
Yep. Try to keep up with them, so felt good.
Great work. Thank you, Michael. Michael, always the affectionate one.
We're waiting to hear back right now on whether or not the women's 100 meter race it will take place.
I think yes.
Walter, go to the starting line. We are now joined for another interview by Joseph Byers, classmate
Yeah, we
of
are.
mine, fellow
Here, Joseph.
student of Oregon Tech.
Joseph is
You're an
a
athlete.
computer science major, I believe, and also one of our sprinters. What events are you competing in today, Joseph?
I did the 4x100, and I'm about to run the 400.
How did the 4x100 go?
Well, we DQ'd in the first pass. My leg went good. It went good. The pass from me didn't go as well, but we got some practice in. Maybe we'll get to try again.
Definitely going to be looking on improving those handoffs for sure. Good luck on the 400.
Yep. I hope it goes well. The weather's, you know what the weather's like. It's not great, but I'm gonna do my best.
Thank you, Joseph.
So if you click auto, it'll fade. If you click cut, it'll cut. Right now we're on that. We'll stay on this. Just stay on Walter for this race. I need to go use the bathroom. Also, this mic's muted.
Okay. 1 owl in the women's 100 meter. Going to be Claire Strong, a senior at Oregon Tech. Looking to beat her personal best of a 15.16. Strong finish there from Claire. It's always tough when you don't have any competition. Next up is going to be the men's 400 meters and discus.
Final call for the men's 400 meters. Second call for the women's 400 meters. First call for the men's 800. Again, final call for the men's 4. Second call for the women's 4. First call for the men's 800. Also, second call for the men's discus. Second call for the men's high jump.
Got Coach Bill Reinhardt running the pole vault over there. Got our Olympic trials stand height adjusters. Very fancy.
Did we get a wind reading for the women's 100? Wind reading for women's 100.
Yes, I did. Who just asked for the wind reading? Oh.
Gearing up for women's pole vault coming up soon.
Did I miss the 100?
Yes, you missed the women's 100 meter dash. It was 1 owl, Claire Strong.
Did she win?
She did in fact win.
Yes.
SOU clearing a pole vault height. Looks to be at 10 meters currently. That's not true. 10 feet currently.
$10 meters would be crazy.
Final results for the men's 110 meter hurdles. In second place from Oregon Tech with a time of 18:39, Tate Wyman. And the winner from Southern Oregon with a time of 15:91, Jaden Christie.
Looks like Tate actually PR'd in his 110 meter hurdles at 18:30.
Final in the
almost a second
100
PR.
meters for the men. In third place with 11:53 from Moldova, Casey Shodal. In second from Moldova, the time of 11:48, Don Benny Vita. And the winner from Moldova, the time of 11:42, Joe Aguilar.
Was that the 100 meter?
That was not. That was the women's. Wait. 11? Was that the 3K? I don't know what that was.
Well, the 3K
That's
and
in a while.
all the distance races, those don't begin towards the end of the track meet, or until towards the end of the track meet. I'm not sure what that was.
That could have been.
One production upgrade we plan to make is getting a direct line from the announcer for the meet so that we can just patch that directly into the stream. Unfortunately, we were not able to do that this time. But tune in for the conference meet, where we probably will. Looks like an unsuccessful jump on pole vault from Southern Oregon's athlete.
Gonna be gearing up for the men's 400 here shortly. If there's any 400 runners.
If I'm not mistaken, Joseph Byers, the athlete we interviewed just a few moments
Second
ago,
call for the men's high jumps.
He is a 400 runner.
he's a 400 runner.
Yes, we should have him. Owen Lean from Oregon Tech, along with a Southern Oregon and Multnomah athlete. They're going to be setting up the blocks here right now.
Walter, can you get a look at the 400 meter start that they're setting up for right there? How are you feeling, Toby?
Very cold. Feeling very cold.
I think that makes approximately 130 of us.
Yes.
Apologies if you hear our teeth chattering. It is unhumanly cold out here.
Got some women's 400 runners warming up.
Getting ready to decimate the competition in their race.
They're going to be up against two Southern Oregon athletes.
Here we can see some of the men's 400 runners practicing their starts, getting warm, getting loose. It looks like that Southern Oregon athlete is taking another jump, the pole. Does not look like a successful jump this time. We'll come back during her next attempt. Zoom in on the guy walking around.
Zooming in on Joseph Byers, going to be looking at PR here in the 400. Going hopefully sub 55 today. Owen Lean looking at going sub 53, I think. Maybe faster than that, probably. Yeah, Owen's going to be wanting a 50 or so, but the conditions are pretty tough. With the wind, that's going to be a big ask today.
Between the wind conditions, the hail, and the temperature, I am surprised anyone has hit a PR today. It is truly a credit to their dedication to their sport.
Yeah, props to Ali Odell for PRing in almost every single event of the heptathlon in these conditions. Wildly impressive.
As we spectate our men's 400 meter athletes, we can see the focus and discipline on their face. You can tell that they're working hard to get into the right mindset to take on the competition. Unfortunately, it looks like they are only competing amongst themselves. Are there no...
No, there is a Southern guy competing against them. There
Oh, is
should
that
be
third guy that just walked up?
There should be a Multnomah guy too, but I don't see him.
Southern's not using any blocks.
He is too cool for school.
And that is just one more thing that Oregon Tech has over our rival, Southern Oregon University, is we have the blocks for our racers.
I think he can choose to use our blocks, but he is opting not.
I would really appreciate it.
Final call for the women's 400 meters. Second call for the men's 800 meters. First call for the women's 800 meters.
Gonna be looking forward to the men's and women's 800 after the 400 runners. Men's 400 nearly about to go off.
Looks like the athletes are approaching their blocks and their starting positions to get ready to run the bread and butter race of track and field, the 400-meter dash.
Owen Lean, the crowd favorite today, looking at smoking this SOU guy. We'll hope his calves are nice and warm. What do you say, Terry?
I would have to agree. There we go. Into the blocks.
For some reason, sprinters always like to show off their vertical jump shortly before gearing up for sprinting.
I wonder if they know that this is not a hurdles race.
SOU opting for no blocks. He doesn't need them. It's like Owen Lean off to an early lead. Joseph Byers not far behind. SOU catching up to Joseph Byers. Looking like he's going to pass him on the curve. Owen Lean still with a large lead. About 100 meters to go. And it's Owen Lean. SOU not far behind.
In the final stretch, Owen Lean in a healthy lead, followed by Southern Oregon's athlete, and then Joseph Byers.
Owen Lean winning handedly. Joseph Byers taking up the rear.
Looks like that's Rafael Blandini from Southern Oregon, who just took second place behind Owen Lean from Oregon Tech and just ahead of Joseph Byers from Oregon Tech.
Blandini, a freshman. Impressive race.
Are we going right into the women's 400?
Straight in.
Talk about an efficiently run track meet.
We have two Oregon Tech athletes competing in the women's 400, Eva Brady and Lily Everson.
They're joined by two athletes from Southern Oregon University, Gracie Freudenthal and India Ortiz. I apologize to either of their families if I just butchered those names.
Lily Everson from Oregon Tech, a multi-sport athlete just coming off basketball season, a successful one at that, and now laying down some times for Oregon Tech track.
I would say not just laying down times, but throwing them down.
This, I think, is Lily's first track meet this season.
I am now looking at the heat sheet, and it looks like we don't have any PR on file, so I think you're right.
It's going to be Eva Brady's first 400 of the season as well. Coming off a 800 at Oregon State a couple weekends ago.
Do you think it would improve the stream to prepare information about each athlete that we can read off?
Mildly.
Ryan, can you just focus on getting shots in the field events, and then Walter can stay focused on getting the start for the races? Because it's a lot easier for Ryan to switch over after it's going.
Final call for the men's 800. Final call for the men's 800. Second call
I
for
don't know.
the
I thought
women's
they were just
800.
practicing, but it might be their actual.
First call for the women's 400 hurdles.
Will you do an interview? No. Why not? Are you scared, Ethan? Ethan Hartline is going to join us for an interview by Toby Preston. Toby Preston.
Yes, I am Toby Preston.
Yes, Larry.
We'll postpone that interview for the women's 400.
Turns out I'm a liar. It looks like the women are getting ready to start the 400, taking their spots in the blocks, stretching out, touching the starting lines.
Lily Everson off to a strong start. Not far behind SOU. Eva Brady mid-pack, but looking at closing that gap and not letting the SOU in the rear catch up. It's like Lily Everson could potentially be passing. Oh, it's Eva Brady passing in the corner.
Coming in strong for the finish. Here we are approaching the final stretch. Eva Brady pulling into the lead.
It's going to be a battle between Eva Brady, SOU, and Lily.
Now we look over to the discus pit. Or not. Discus was previously throwing practice throws, but it looks like there is a delay between those practice throws and their official throws. We'll take a look at our pole vault cam as our Oregon Tech athletes get ready to make their jumps.
Bud Light getting ready to jump the pole.
Walter, can you go back to the pole vault, please?
Bud's last name is actually not Light, it's Patsky.
Yeah, but he's such a good pole vaulter.
That he shouldn't be named after Bud Light.
Bud Light.
No,
Here he goes.
you're mistaken. It's actually named after him.
Ah, not quite clearing the opening height.
He wasn't quite Bud Light enough for that one.
He was a little butt heavy on that.
A little bit.
We got the 800-meter runners gearing up. This is going to be quite the race. We have two Oregon Tech athletes, Austin Kurmi and Tucker Piper. Going to be up against a couple Multnomah Lions here.
Fortunately, lions are not predators to owls, so we don't know how this matchup is going to shake down.
Tucker Piper looking at going sub 2 in the 800, as well as Austin Kurumi. Austin coming off a strong start to the season with a 4:13 1500 at the last meet. Tucker Piper also coming off a strong first race at OSU, running the steeplechase in sub 10 minutes. Tucker Piper, quite the diverse athlete, running from the 800 all the way to the 3K steeplechase.
Talk about a jack of all trades. Looks like the athletes are doing their final preparations, putting themselves in the mindset necessary to compete in this race.
At least
you see some mild stretching, some shaking out, some patient standing too.
I don't know about Multnomah, but I'm looking at Tucker Piper as the favorite for Oregon Tech. But who knows? Austin Karumi can...
I would have to say all of my favorites are from Oregon Tech.
Me too. Quite the group of Lions, though, to overcome.
In a moment here, we'll see how the flightless Lions do against the winged Owls.
Tucker Piper going out strong, but he is in the furthest lane. Going to cut in here at 100 meters. Multnomah with an early lead. Tucker going to trail on the legs of Multnomah. Austin Kurumi taking up the rear. Looks like Multnomah's getting away from Tucker. But there is another lap for Tucker to catch up to Multnomah.
Here we can clearly see the lineup of Multnomah and Oregon Tech athletes. Nearly evenly spaced, which is fascinating.
Tucker's going to start picking off the Lions here. Austin looking like his ankle is a little stiff. Tucker is starting to pick off the Lions. He's moving up into third place. Tucker has a really strong kick, so we're hoping he can move up into second here.
Looks like Austin pulled past that last Multnomah guy.
Austin's going to be trying to close that gap to the third Multnomah guy, and Tucker is working on picking off number 2. Looks like he's going to catch him in the turn here. Tucker with a strong kick. Will he be able to catch number 1? Doesn't look like it. Number 1's got quite the lead, but
Tucker is pushing hard.
Tucker with a strategic race.
Austin pulls past another Multnomah.
Looks like Tucker takes second place, and it looks like Austin is in position for 4.
Nice work to the Owls. Strategic race.
Definitely a run to be proud of.
Finishing it very strong.
Second call, men's 400-meter hurdles. Second call.
Next on our schedule here is the women's 800-meter race. Though I do not see the athletes warming up.
They are waiting on the side of the track, about to...
Probably waiting for the go-ahead to go onto the track.
Let's see.
Right now, let's do it. Looks like we're going to be interviewing the infamous Mark French.
occasionally known as Park Bench.
Some also call him Bart Stench.
That one's a more rare nickname.
That's more reserved for close friends and family.
Yes.
In the women's 800 meters, we got 4 Oregon Tech athletes, 2 freshmen, the twins, Karis and Corinne, along with Rachel Neward, a sophomore, and Mackenzie Peterson, a grad student.
Yeah, like 2 minutes or something.
Looks like they'll be racing a junior from Multnomah, Deasia Wasashlo.
You know, when I heard my associate here say that name, I thought there's no way that's right, but as I read the name off the sheet here, I cannot think of another way to pronounce that.
Gonna be looking at the twins here, Karis and Corinne. Probably gonna be taking the lead early. I imagine Kenzie Peterson and Rachel Neward are gonna be not far behind. Looking for the sweep against Multnomah.
I wonder what's going through the heads of the Multnomah maniacs right now.
Nothing pleasant.
They're probably shaking in fear at the show of force that the Oregon Tech Owls have been presenting at this track meet.
And they're off. Got an early lead from the twins, followed by Rachel Neward.
When the twins race, do they each get their own time, or do they average both of their times?
I think they get their own. They may not look like it, but they are 2 different people.
Now, which
Rachel Neward taking the lead, maybe, kind of riding on the shoulder of
Final call for the men's 400-meter hurdles.
One of the twins.
For the men's 400 hurdles.
Tight pack though.
At the clerking tent.
Could be anyone's game. Kenzie Peterson not letting a big gap develop between her and that Multnomah Lion.
I can't tell which 2 of them are the twins.
The 2 that look the same.
Really?
Number 3 and number 5 are the twins.
I've never seen that before.
One lap to go in the brutal 800, one of the toughest races out there.
As they come around beginning their second lap, the pack is a bit.
Kenzie Peterson looking at closing that gap on that Multnomah athlete. But the twins and Rachel still a tight 3-pack up front. Rachel has been riding in for most of this race. See if she's able to cut in on this turn at all.
It's a tough position to be in because you can't cut in without putting one of your teammates at a disadvantage.
Looks like she's going to be going for...
I respect Rachel's restraint.
Does make it difficult for... All right.
Twins is coming out with a kick.
Twins are kicking hard.
Who's it going to be? Harris or Corinne?
It's one of them.
We may never know.
It looks like...
I believe that was Harris.
I trust Terry's judgment on that one.
Unfortunately, the world may never know.
No, they'll know. I think that was number 3 that just won. She played it pretty smart, drafting off her twin sister the whole time until the end. And then stealing the lead. Quite the strat. Oh! That was Chris Martinez there on the pole vault, almost bodying himself. Luckily, he's good.
That did look to be a pretty strong jump until that wind blew him off
Please,
course.
will the hurdle crew please come out and set for the 400 hurdles. Again, hurdle crew, set for the 400.
Chris Martinez might actually rival Michael Sanchez in terms of best mustache.
Maybe towards the end we can get them together and have them present their mustaches to the stream.
That would be something. They also both have tattoos.
Tattoos?
Yes.
What?
Chris sporting them on his legs, and Michael sporting them everywhere.
All right, we now take a look at the discus throws. They've begun actual measurements. Real quick, we're going to stay on pole vault and get this Southern Oregon jump. Unfortunately, knocking the pole off. I believe that's a scratch. Looks like the sun is starting to bless Klamath Falls with its presence yet again. Although knowing Klamath Falls weather, it will last mere minutes before disappearing again.
What are they setting up for down here? I believe it's the 400 hurdles. Yeah, that's what my schedule shows.
Looks like they're getting the hurdles set up for the 400.
It looks like the earlier decision to remove the hurdles from the track might have been a preemptive call. Now an Oregon Tech Owl takes to the stick for pole vault. Unfortunately, that was perfectly in sync with this athlete who threw discus. Seems to have thrown pretty far. As we come back, we can see head coach Mike Anderson pushing a hurdle cart down the track. He is a hustler. Joining us now is Michael Sanchez, here to complain.
This shit's stupid.
What? No. This
I
is
wish you
going
guys
out
were
to
actually
all of
commentating.
America.
I wish you guys were actually commentating from the speakers. That would be fucking awesome. Coming at you now.
I do believe if we were to actually commentate over the stadium, we would probably lose the privilege of broadcasting this.
Immediately. Some great shit, huh?
We look at another Oregon Tech athlete taking to the stick for pole vault.
Again, first ball for the women's discus.
Surprisingly, none of the three track athletes next to me know the name of this person.
Hunter Ennick just threw.
First ball for the men's 200. Again, first ball for the men's 200.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Is this not a flight sheet?
I'm sorry?
Is this not a flight sheet?
No.
Okay, then we don't.
Yeah, that, well, it has the contestants, but that's for you guys, for announcers. I want performance sheets, I guess. All right.
Taking
As I was
advantage
saying-
of the confusion, Michael Sanchez slipped away before his chance to speak to America.
Hunter Ennick just threw a bomb in discus. Not sure actually the distance yet. Ooh. SOU missing the mark on pole vault.
Unfortunately, that's just the name of the game.
Got Tristan Valadez from Oregon Tech just chucked the discus. Gonna check the mark on that.
After witnessing the power of these throwers today, I would not want to be on the receiving end of that discus or the shot put.
No thanks. Jose Eduardo Ignacio Garcia helping out with getting the distance on discus.
Now another Oregon Tech athlete with springs for legs getting ready for pole vault.
Eli Stevens, a normally competing in the decathlon, also discovered that he is a very strong pole vaulter last year.
Perhaps he has jumped over a river full of crocodiles before, maybe in a past life, and he's maintained that skill.
I think he is the man to do that if there is one. He's going to be looking at clearing around 14 feet. This jump.
And here he goes.
He had the height.
Nearly
Just
clearing.
There was a wind that actually pushed him back.
I saw it too. If you look in the stream in the background, you can see the trees blow right as he went for it. That indicates an unfair wind disadvantage. We come now to the 400-meter hurdles.
No Oregon Tech athletes competing in this event today. Normally it would be Owen Lean, but he already competed in the regular 400-meter dash.
Ryan, get ready.
And they're away. It looks like the athlete in the white shirt is creating and improving a gap between himself and second place.
Looks like both these athletes are unattached, hailing from who knows where. Barely clearing that last hurdle. He is hurting.
The second place athlete looks to be trying to manage pain from that tumble he took about 150 meters ago.
Going back to pole vault, we got Chris Martinez jumping currently. Not quite clearing the height, almost getting domed by the bar.
I think if his head was just an inch farther out, he would have a bunch of stars circling it.
He covered his face. He knows what he's doing. He's a veteran in the sport, graduating in 2022.
Oregon Tech athletes are so dedicated to their sports and to this school that they keep competing even after they graduate. We now come to discus.
Tristan Valadez in the discus pit.
Second call, women's discus. Second call, women's discus.
Very clean throw.
Sending that discus into the stratosphere.
Final call for the men's 200. Second call for the women's 200. Second call, women's 200. And first call for the men's 3K. First call for the men's 3K.
We are now joined in commentary by Joseph Byers, an athlete that we watched run, I think, the 400 earlier. How was that? How were you feeling during that race?
Well, I didn't feel super great at the start. My nerves always get going on the 4, but paced it well. I stayed behind my teammate Owen. He pulled me through the race, and I PR'd by 0.6 seconds.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on PR, especially in these conditions. That's very impressive.
It's pretty cold out, and so we had
Nice work. What do you have to say about this pole vault that's happening right now?
They're looking pretty good. Don't know much about pole vault, to be honest. My roommate does it because he's in the deck.
Oh, yeah. Joseph is Eli Stevens' roommate. Two of the most jacked guys on Oregon Tech's track team.
Joseph, also known as J-Bone.
What?
Really?
I just made that up just now, but I'm going with it.
We also got Tucker Piper in our room.
3 track athletes.
And we're about to have Chaz Howard in our room as well, replacing our old roommate that's leaving.
Wow, that sounds like quite the room you got.
Track village.
Track party all the time.
That almost rivals your room freshman year. Because wasn't it you, Toby, and like, oh no, you just hung out with them a lot, right?
Yeah, we were neighbors.
Neighbors. Now we see another Oregon Tech athlete, I think, gearing up for discus.
Eli Stevens running from the javelin straight to the discus. Multi-sport athlete. What a beast.
I didn't realize.
Well, hopefully something else picked it up.
It's like the pole vaulters are struggling to clear the height.
Joining us on commentary, why don't you introduce yourself?
Hello, this is Mark French, washed up alumni, Oregon Tech 2021.
Couldn't let it go.
Could hardly say washed up.
Especially after that performance today.
I don't know, fourth wasn't really the goal today, but
What was the goal?
goal's to win. Goal's always to win.
Started off pretty conservative and had a big kick there at the end.
Well, I think I ran it smart. You know, a lot of the people came back as soon as it started hailing, so I think I was able to pass some people towards the end.
Yes.
Just not enough.
Not quite enough to get Jonas, your former rival. Your younger
Yeah.
rival.
I'm still coming off that loss to him at a conference in cross country, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Walter, you stay on pole vault until.
Yes, quite the brutal loss.
It was mildly devastating, but it's okay.
Any other track races coming up for you?
Yeah, I've got a 5K on deck next week, actually, back at sea level in Portland area. Tualatin River Run 5K.
Awesome.
My wife and I are running that one, and she's hoping to break 19, and I'm hoping to break 16. So.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Hopefully, we'll see you at another track meet. Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe Lewis and Clark in Portland.
Definitely. Yeah.
Awesome.
Lewis and Clark for sure.
What are we looking at in pole vault here?
Looking at a wild Chris Martinez. Getting ready to jump. Or vault. Whatever you call it. Still looking at that 14-foot height. I think he's got it this time. Oh, not quite. I jinxed him.
How dare you? Right now, the men's 200-meter race appears to be getting ready to get started. We see the athletes there setting their blocks up and starting to warm up and stretch out for the coming race.
In the men's 200 meters, we only got Tate Wyman from Oregon Tech competing against some Multnomah and Southern Oregon athletes.
Here on pole vault, is that?
That's Eli. He's back at pole vault, going back and forth from discus to pole vault.
Absolute legend in Oregon Tech track. Not just a multi-sport athlete, but competing in multiple events simultaneously.
And he's not even competing in the decathlon today. He's just doing a bunch for fun. Or for practice.
See Eli getting his footing, getting his hand position on the pole, and getting ready to run and vault. Will he beat 14 feet?
Oh, yeah.
The answer is yes.
Handedly clearing 14 feet.
Easily the best jump we've seen so far.
He's hyped. He's stoked.
I would call that one happy camper.
Coach Bill Reinhardt, very stoked as well. Thanks, Mark. I want to. Can I go get a snack?
Yeah, I would. Can you guys both take over? Because I would like to eat.
I guess.
All right, doing a little switch off. We got Thomas Long on the mic here.
Hello, hello, hello.
This is what the stream says on both of these. This is the next one.
Looks like they're about wrapped up on pole vault. Looks like next up is the 200-meter race.
Who do we got on the 200-meter race here? Let's see here. We got Lily from Oregon Tech and Eva from Oregon Tech. Oh, men's up first.
Oregon Tech, it looks like.
Oh. Oh, whoa. Perfect weather here in Klamath Falls. Perfect race weather, let me tell ya.
Looks like in the men's 200, we've got a couple Multnomah athletes, a couple Southern Oregon athletes, and then we have one Oregon Tech athlete. We've got Tate Wyman, a freshman. Looks like Tate's PR is currently a 24.42. So hopefully he can beat that today.
Do you happen to know what the convergence is from 4,500 to sea level for this race, or no?
You know, I don't know if they convert non-distance races.
I
but
think
maybe
they do
do.
by about like 5 seconds or so. Have to double check that.
For those that don't know, we are at elevation in Klamath Falls, so a lot of races will have a conversion. So when a PR gets posted, often, especially for distance races, the time will be reduced by a certain number depending on the race distance to account for the elevation. Because obviously at a higher elevation, you're going to run slower. There's less oxygen in the air.
Oxygen? You don't need that, right?
Well, maybe not as a sprinter. Looks like they're getting in the blocks, ready to start.
Can you just imagine? Oh, they're off.
Come on, Michael!
Ooh. They're off. Oh, I see. Second and... Oh, nope.
Looks like Michael.
Gonna be in third
Michael
by the
in
looks
third
of it.
place.
Ooh.
Say we sound good.
Oh. Can you imagine the amount of stress you have on those blocks up there? Like, we're both distance runners, and like, just sitting there waiting as everyone becomes pitch perfectly still and quiet, just waiting for that gun to go boom.
Looks like Eli just cleared another 14-footer.
That's 14.6 now.
14 and a half.
Like a darn frog.
Looks like the women are getting lined up here for the 200 meter.
They would wipe the floor with me and you in the 200 any day of the week, let me tell you.
Looks like we've got Eva Brady from Oregon Tech as well as Lily Everson from Oregon Tech.
I believe they ran a 400 today as well, right?
Yes, they both ran the 4.
Eva coming in first and Lily third in that race, I do believe. So hopefully the fatigue hasn't set in just yet.
Were you able to hear that? I mean, I would turn on. Walter was just seeing if you might be able to switch out. He also asked you to run his slows. Yeah, I'm just sitting here running stream while I
Final call for the men's 3,000 meters. First call for the women's 3,000 meters.
Looks like we're going to have the 3,000 meter race coming up after the 2.
Let's see here. Let's see all who's racing in that one.
Sounds like they're going to be splitting the race into 2, but with the little amount of athletes that we have, it would make sense to put it into one race. So we'll see what they decide to do with that. Looks like 200 runners are getting over to their blocks. Looks like we have Lily in lane 3. I believe that's Eva there in lane 5.
Seems to be anyone's race today for the women's 200.
Alright, they're getting set up in their blocks. Getting ready for the gun to go off.
Eli knocking over. Oh, the 200 meter runners are off. Eva seeming to be in second and Lily in last. Oh, Lily, he's going on to third. Oh, it's close by the looks of it. They're coming down the home stretch now. Oh, Lily's getting close to first. Oh, Eva's falling. Oh, it's getting close here, y'all.
Looks like Lily in third, Eva in fourth. No, 3K starts. Starts from there, yeah.
Oh, oopsie. Sorry.
3K starts from 0 starts.
Ryan, you want to zoom in on the 3K start?
Looks like they're getting geared up to start the 3K.
Men's 3K on the docket. Let's see here. Who's racing today for the men for OIT? We have alumni Nick McMillan and senior Max Cox, along with sophomore Dylan Davis and sophomore Ryan Mickle.
Nick is set to win this one.
We never know. He's the most tired of all of them, but I will say he's probably most in shape of everyone too.
He did run a mile earlier today, so he's probably feeling it already, but we'll see what he can do. Nick has been training for marathons lately. Recently ran a marathon about 2 months ago where he did quite well.
We're going to have a headwind and a tailwind this race.
This is a race where the elevation conversion really applies.
Tyken Preston coming on the mic now.
It's Jerry. I'm back. It's like we got the 3K coming up soon.
I'm going to say a little disappointed that I can't run the 3K today. Never have, only 2 miles due to being from California, but oh well.
We got 3 Oregon Tech athletes in the 3K. Maxwell Cox, Ryan, what's his last name?
Mickle.
Ryan Mickle, and what's Dylan's?
Dylan Davis.
Dylan Davis.
We also got alumni Nick McMillan.
Nick McMillan jumping in and doubling. He already ran the the mile, and it looks like he did a wardrobe change, sporting the dinosaur shorts with a black jersey this time instead of the chalky milk shorts.
Never know what
the
he's
red
going to
jersey.
be having.
Still got the sunglasses on though.
Who should he focus on? Just like the guy in first for the 3K?
Well, to be fair, everyone. Yeah, they're going to be in a group for at least 1 or 2 laps.
Oh yeah, definitely like
Yeah,
the front group.
Yeah, stick with the group while they're there, and then just follow first after.
There's a chance that Nick does take lead on this though and starts gapping.
Eli Stevens looking to clear nearly 15 and a half feet. I think this would be a PR if he can get this.
And he
and
did
he
it!
got it! Let's go! Let's go!
Let's go! Beautiful.
Congrats,
Today,
Eli.
I think it's going to be a big PR because earlier we saw him get close to 16 when he was doing the 14.
I'm pretty sure that's a pretty good PR.
Oh.
All right, the
3,000
3K
is off.
Looks like Maxwell Cox is taking the lead.
Oh. Opening up just a little. An SOU man right
Classic
behind him.
Max move. He likes to take the lead on races, but can he hold it?
Ryan and Dylan in the back. Could this be a smart race strategy, or are they going to fall off? Only time will tell.
Race smart.
Nick in
Let's
that
go,
center
Nick.
pack.
Looks like we got Nick chilling in the middle of the pack. Probably a good strategy there. I think there's a fair chance that Maxwell took it out a little too fast.
I don't know. He's holding it pretty well, though.
Well, he still has 12 laps
Yeah.
to hold that pace.
Too young in the race to tell yet. Dylan, Ryan, obviously taking out maybe a little too fast. They're already getting picked off all the way to the back, but there's still plenty of time. Gap forming between first, second, and third place. Will Nick be able to close that gap is the question.
Hey, Jerry, you know what the conversion is for the 3,000 meter for elevation?
I think there is nearly a 15-second conversion for the 3,000 meter due to the altitude. We're at almost 4,500 feet here. Maxwell Cox still in the lead.
There we go. Keep it going.
SOU guy is drafting Nick McMillan looking to close that gap.
Come on, Dylan. Come on, Ryan. Close that gap, boys. Come on. Don't let it open up. Apologize for that.
Maxwell still in the lead, followed by SOU. Shortly trailing is Nick McMillan.
Can't tell if that gap's opening or closing for Nick. It might be opening up a bit.
I think Nick knows how to run this race pretty well, so I think he's probably running it smart in comparison to the two in the front there.
SOU having a strong pack in the middle, though.
Maxwell Cox still in the lead here. Might be a smart move to allow himself to draft off the SOU guy, but maybe he doesn't need to. Coming up on
4 laps to go. This is their 3rd lap.
Huh?
I think they're on
SOU guy making a big move here.
Or is Max just falling off is the question.
How would you describe your typical race strategy in terms of when you're running hard and when you were just trying to keep going?
You usually want to try and run a fairly consistent pace. If you go out too hard, you'll gas yourself and you won't be able to finish very strong.
Is that kind of what we're seeing with Max here?
I believe so. We don't have the splits on him, but he's definitely slowed down.
He did what we call blowing up, which is, you know, first lap or two you go way too fast and your body just loses the energy to keep that speed. But to be fair, the mind is a strong thing, so he might be able to push through it.
Looks like the other SOU guys might catch up to him, though. SOU still in the lead with a massive gap now. Nick McMillan is going to have to work really hard to close that.
Going back to your question, though, Graham, in terms of the 3,000, the first few laps you want to be a little conserved. Then as the race goes on, you want to start picking people off, so to speak. And as each lap goes, you want to try to do what's called a negative split, so to speak, and, you know, increase the speed. But everyone has their own race strategies that they prefer.
But generally, like for you, you would start steady and then just turn it up each lap a little bit?
Yes, sir. That does have its consequences too, though. If you start off too conservative, you allow a gap to open up, and sometimes you can't close gaps.
Come on, Max! Let's go, Max! Come on! Come on, Max!
The Southern Oregon athlete maintaining a very healthy lead over the competition here. With
Come on, Ryan! Let's go!
between 2 and 5 more laps to go.
Come on!
Can the other athletes close the gap and get back to that tight pack we saw in the beginning?
Come on, Dylan! Come on, Dylan! You're strong as this! Come on, Dylan! Come on, focus on your form. Pump those arms! You can get it, Dylan! Focus in. You can do this. Come on!
Gosh, it's just energizing watching these runners.
Looks like Nick McMillan's about 50 meters back off of the SOU runner.
It's like SOU coming in to the finish, potentially.
Looks like we got
You
about
got 2 laps to go.
left.
2 laps to go from the lead.
Come on, Nick! You can do this! Come on, buddy!
Nick McMillan has 2 laps to catch SOU with about a 75-meter gap.
Come on, Max! Let's go!
Max seems to be struggling, suffering from the consequences at the beginning of the race. Can he maintain the speed? Oh no, that's SOU man is passing him.
For each of you guys, when they come out of like the far turn from your zone, can you switch to the pack?
It's like that gap between
70
Nick and
meters,
SOU
I'd say,
is
maybe
just
100.
growing.
SOU might actually lap the last couple of Oregon Tech guys.
Walter, where are you?
Come on, Dylan, let's go! Come on! Let's go! Pick it up!
So Aiden.
SOU on the heels of Dylan Davis, about to lap him.
SOU
Nick
coming into his
McMillan
last lap.
still with about 80-meter
That last
gap
lap.
behind the leader. But
400 meters just below.
he's still looking pretty strong. Doesn't look like he's going to get passed anytime soon. Maxwell Cox has been officially dropped by the rest of the field. And is, and let's see, Ryan Mickle is closing in on Max.
Going back to that race strategy, Graham, this point in the race, for most of these racers, this is where you really want to kick it in, because this can determine, for some of the racers, 3 or even 4 or 5 places, depending, on people inside race.
We're seeing our first place runner from Southern Oregon University coming into the home stretch here.
Looks like he's about to lap Mr. Ryan Mickle.
SOU lapping 2 Oregon
Looks
Tech
like-
guys.
Looks like he's
Strong
already lapped one
finish
person.
here.
He's coming up on a second lap right at the finish. That's our first racer done.
Nick McMillan, home stretch
Looks like
for second place.
for Oregon Tech.
Oregon Tech alumni, Nick McMillan. Then for SOU, Luke Lucchesi.
Maxwell Cox actually coming back for the end there. Managing to
kick.
pass back 2 SOU guys and salvage a decent finish.
Coming in 4th.
Looks like we've got Ryan Mickle and Dylan Davis left out on the field.
Coming in on the last 200 meters here for Ryan.
That action shot of Ryan there, coming in with that immaculate form.
Oh, Dylan's coming in with a kick. He's closing that gap, but will it be enough for this last 100 meters? I don't think so.
Got Dylan Davis coming in.
Very strong kick.
Closing up the race, Dylan Davis making his finish.
Strong finish by both Ryan and Dylan.
And upcoming, we have the men's 4x400 relay races.
But first, the women's 3K, I think. Unless it got scratched.
Looks like we've got Jane, Mackenzie, and Kira from Oregon Tech in the 3,000 meter race.
You go in on the start for the 3K.
Toby and I were here, like, what's that, 8?
Our bike workout for.
Yeah. We were dealing with this crap.
Are you getting paid? Hell yeah.
Minimum wage.
Something.
Hey, but like,
Yeah.
better than volunteer.
You hear that at home. If you watch these streams and sit through all of the ads, then I can make more than minimum wage to run this broadcast. Looks like some of the women are getting ready for the 3K. They're starting to warm up, stretch out, jump around.
Meanwhile, we got some 4x400 relay guys practicing handoffs in the field. Looks like Eli Stevens is still battling this 16-foot jump here. Maybe not. He might be done.
Yeah, all we have left is the women's 3K, men's 4x4, and both hammer throws. That is whenever they finish up high jump, which seems to be in full swing right now. Those athletes sure are jumping high.
Boing, boing.
Thomas, how was your day today?
I came in not expecting much. To be fair, I didn't have my best race, but I'm extremely pleased with how it came out. I am coming off an ankle injury that made so I couldn't run for about a month and a half. So a 4:55, I'm pretty happy with. It's enough for me to bring up the debate on if I'm going to redshirt the season or actually have a season, and I think I'm actually going to use that extra year of eligibility. My original plan for the season was to do a 5K.
First call for the men's 4x4.
Looks like the women are getting ready to begin the 3K. We see the tearaway tights have come off. They are dialed in and ready to run. We just heard the whistle. I believe the gun will go off soon and the race will begin.
My experience, it's either you have this. Oh, they're off.
So you've got Kira and Jane taking the lead. Women's 3K is off. We got Kira Morrow leading the pack, followed by, looks like Jane.
In that pack.
Morgan Tech alumni Kenzie Morgan sitting in third right now. Very early on, 7 laps to go.
Looks like the pack is staying tight in the first lap.
Results of the men's discus earlier today.
We are joined now by Katrina Hurley for some commentary about the women's 3K.
How do you enjoy being the track meet today, Katrina?
How am I enjoying it?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just got here, but so far, so good.
Our girls holding that pack nice and tight.
That pack
drafting
is
off
staying
one at each
together.
other.
They're maintaining a consistent pace, not only between laps, but between athletes.
Now, I wonder if they discussed a strategy beforehand where Jane and Kira will switch off with drafting. So things seen a lot between a lot of track and cross country athletes.
it looks like some of them are starting to run in step with each other.
Like horses, we push each other.
And the first place winner, with an AIAB qualifying standard of 4.70 meters, from Oregon Tech, Eli Stevens.
The pack seems to be spreading just a little bit. Kira and Jane seem to be opening up a little. Kenzie right in the center.
One final note, if anyone left their phone near the pole vault area, again, if anyone left their phone near the pole vault area, we have it at the
Up, and the pack is starting to spread ever so more. Is SO who you going to try making the pass, or are they just drafting off the girls? It's snowing, it's
With
sunshine
nothing
here.
but a tent over it. On the top.
I checked all of this stuff.
Kira holding that first place position with Jane right on her heels.
As the athletes come around for their third or fourth lap, we are seeing the same group composition that we've seen since the beginning.
The race keeps on going like this. It's going to come down to that final lap where everyone just goes and blows up.
Like usual, the Oregon Tech athletes are leading the way, and the other athletes are drafting off of them. You can tell they're drafting, not just following, by how close they are behind the other runners.
Seems to me that the pack is starting to open just ever so slightly. Or the SOU girl. Oh, nope.
As we get to
close.
the latter half of this race, we might see some upset in the order and the group composition of the pack as they make their way down the track.
Typically, during races like this is when we do see action between the racers. As they battle it out for that first and second, third, or fourth place.
As Thomas was mentioning earlier, a common race strategy is to have a very metered approach in the beginning, and around this part of the race, we should expect to see the pace pick up a little bit.
SOU girl will come in for Kira's spot. Like I said earlier, they're starting to let off that energy. They're starting to pick it up.
But is
And now
putting
it's
in
gonna
that
be a battle
energy
of
going
wits.
to pay off for her, or is this gamble going to be her downfall?
That SOU girl who is taking it. Jane's falling back. Kira right on her toes, potentially drafting. Oh, Kira falling back. Can she stay on that SOU girl? And the gap starts to open. Will Kira and Jane be able to have the energy and the mental power to catch back up?
Toby, what do you think about this?
You know, I think they're running a very strategic race as far as the Oregon Tech girls go. I don't know, the gap's pretty large there between them and SOU, but there is a couple laps left. They could close that gap.
To be fair, one quick few strides can break that gap.
I do wonder if the chance that that lead SOU athlete is taking by expending that much energy on the front end is going to pay off.
See Mackenzie, he going for it right now, catching back up. Kira and Jake, he falling back. Kira falling from grace. Will she be able to make it up in these next few laps?
Full right one, which we got DQ'd on. And then there in the 100, which
Mackenzie closing that gap. It will be a battle here shortly for her first if he keeps going at this rate.
Thomas, do we know how many laps are left in this race?
Personally, I have not been keeping track. I've been too enthralled in the strategy between these racers.
I was keeping track, but the number of laps is higher than the number of numbers that I can count to.
How do you think we feel racing the race? Kenzie coming up on that SOU runner.
Here we see
ever so closer.
The front pack and the rear pack come to another exciting left turn.
Jane and Kira getting passed by the SOU girls. Will they be able to hold on, or are they going to let that gap form him as well? Mackenzie getting closer on that SOU girl.
As they come into the home stretch.
That's a battle for the first, people. Kenzie
like
taking
the Oregon
first.
Tech athletes who had a strong lead for most of the
Kira
race.
and Jane battling
Now
it out
bringing
with
the
each other
rear.
in the SOU runners. It is the last lap. All their energy, all their willpower going into these last 400 meters. Kenzie opening up that gap first. Oh,
we see one of the Oregon
Kira
Tech
opening up with SOU, and Jane not far behind. Kenzie opening up about a 10-meter gap there. Kira getting closer and closer to the SOU girl.
It looks like Kira is putting in some late gas onto the fire to try and make a comeback for this 3K.
Getting close to that 200-meter mark. This is what can make or break. They are still within catchable distance of a 200-meter sprint.
She is steadily gaining on the competitors ahead of her.
All right, last 200 meters. Kenzie coming in. Kira closing in on SOU. Jane's getting closer. Will she be able to pull anything out of her system?
As we see the final straightaway, Kira, she is nearly close the gap on the OU runner. Will there be an upset? Will she finish ahead? It looks like there's a little gas left in the tank. She is accelerating down the home stretch.
Strong kick out, Kira. Strong kick out, Kenzie.
Looks like Kira takes second
sir.
place. Southern Oregon, and the second Oregon Tech athlete takes. 4th.
Smart race strategies. Smart kick. Congratulations to these top-tier athletes.
Dang, that was pretty good. That was a pretty good race. And so you made a move. What do you have to say about that?
Excellent race, excellent work put in by all the girls.
Who was a commentator? Spectator a little bit.
Avid Oregon
What?
Tech track and field fan here.
That was an exhilarating race, beginning to end.
Exhilarating. There's my girlfriend.
There was a stalemate there for a second, but as you can see, as I was saying earlier, race strategy for 3000 typically more conservative at the beginning and then opening it up as it goes on.
As the track meet begins to wind down, the only running event we have left is the men's 4x400 relay and then the men and women's hammer throw.
Here in the 4x4, we've got the alumni team versus the Oregon Tech team. Alumni team looks like it's going to be Joe Wilkinson and potentially Hunter Drops. We shall see.
If you think about it, there is no way Oregon Tech could lose this race since we are both competing teams.
We've got it in the bag, essentially.
We sure do.
Sounds like a 50-50 coin toss here.
Anybody can take it.
Now the question is, could they go faster if they did the race on roller skates? No. We see some warm-ups here, some stretches, some rapid cardio exercises to get the blood flowing so they can perform when this race begins. Here's a little-known fact that I'm making up. The batons are actually made out of aerospace-grade aluminum from the doors that explode off of Boeing airplanes. Some of these athletes clearly have springs for legs with how much they are bouncing around. But you can see they're getting themselves into the mental space required to perform in the 4x4.
An explosive race it is. Very nerve-wracking, very exciting, very exhilarating. Toby, what do you think the race strategy for the alumni team and the Oregon Tech team are going to be?
I think for the alumni, they're just going to have to run as fast as they can, really. I don't know if Hunter's going to have a super strong 400, so that's going to set them back. So, I don't know. I don't really see the alumni team taking the win here.
How are you feeling
but really
about
for
the
a
track
4x4,
meet?
you're running as fast as you can. You're close to a full sprint. So that's really the only strategy you got.
This
and
is for
then
Oregon Tech
obviously you want to put
broadcasting.
your
Well,
fast guy first
I'm really
and your fast
cold.
guy last.
Stop talking, I'm interviewing
the
Eva.
general strategy.
I'm interviewing her, stop talking. Yeah.
Why'd you get an iced drink? Where does this even show up?
Yeah, where can you find this?
Okay, I was like, where does this show up?
It looks like blocks are getting set up for the 4x400 meter relay. It looks like we only have 2 teams competing today, and both teams are from Oregon Tech. One is our current track team, and the other is a team comprised of Oregon Tech alumni. Some of these Oregon Tech alumni have been competing in some of the other events, but they're also competing in this one.
Coach Hunter Drops getting a little bit flustered as his athletes cheer him on.
All right, I'm gonna go watch. Good luck, Thomas.
How long?
Not very long. They would have more if they weren't in a metal box.
For the alumni team, it seems Mark French will be up first, and then for our current Oregon Tech team, Owen Wilson.
You can't tell on stream, but the stands and the athletes and the officials are abuzz. Everyone is waiting for this race.
As a current NOIT athlete, it's just so exciting to see all these powerhouses here getting ready just to face off.
It does look like we are actually being joined by what I believe is the Multnomah team.
More competition, the merrier. Like, horses will only go faster.
It looks good.
Oh, and we're going to be off soon.
The whistles were blown.
Okay, this race shouldn't take too long. Just go in between. Do you want us to start breaking it down? What's the last race? After. Yeah.
And they're off.
They are off.
Multnomah catching up to Mark French, our alumni. Hey, first runner.
But our current team maintaining a steady lead over both Multnomah and the alumni.
Oh, it's Eli. Hey, I apologize for earlier, but that is Eli. Hey, our decathlete, leading the charge in the 400 meter.
As he comes around his second turn here, he is steadily in the lead. But it looks like our alumni team is starting to gain on Multnomah.
Come on, Eli! Come on, Mark! Come on, bring it down, Mark!
They're coming in. It's going to be close between Oregon Tech's active and the Multnomah teams.
Looks like the Multnomah team put in some late gas onto the fire to close the gap there, but
we have our freshman here, Chaz, for the Oregon Tech actives.
Recreating that gap that was just lost in that final stretch of the last lap.
Hunter, Coach Hunter Drops coming in. Now, typically during the 400 relay, your second and third guys are going to be your slower guys, but Chaz is he's showing that he is hungry. He is ready for more action. Opening up a gap with Multnomah.
As an Oregon Tech fan, it's hard to say which athletes are stronger or which athletes are weaker, since they are just all so ferocious when they have the chance to compete. Chaz maintaining the gap, making a clean handoff.
Nick blowing up along with Tucker. Smooth handoffs. Oh, Multnomah not going down without a fight. Trying to gain on our own Tucker. Will Tucker be able to fight him off?
Multnomah gaining quick. Might pass Tucker right here.
Nick McMillan tired from the mile and tired from the 3,000. Puts in his best, but will he even maintain the gap?
keeping a minor lead ahead of the competition right now.
Tucker, are not giving up so easily. It's coming down. It's going to come down to the last lap. We have Joe Wilkinson and Owen on the line for OIT.
Tucker recreating the gap, and another clean
Owen is
handoff
off
before ripping into the final leg.
And Joe is off. Will he be able to close that gap? As unlikely as it is, we have seen bigger gaps closed in the past.
Taking that
Multnomah
seed
trying.
planted in the last leg, our Oregon Tech athlete is creating an even bigger gap between Multnomah. This is going to be a close race, but not for the Oregon Tech alumni team. As they come
Owen
down the
bringing
home
it.
stretch. Multnomah kicks in some last-minute gas. Oregon Tech sees him coming. He kicks in some more gas, too. They're pushing hard down the final stretch. Tight grip on the batons. It looks like Oregon Tech takes the win, followed by Multnomah, and then followed again by the Oregon Tech alumni team, which is just now coming down the home stretch. The alumni team, frankly, put up a really good run despite not professionally training for years since they graduated.
Here's maybe a little over-exaggeration.
And with that, our running events are concluded. We'll take a look over at hammer throw for the conclusion of this track meet and the conclusion of this broadcast.
I don't think so. I think we kind of just missed that. Yeah, you got a good shot.
The Oregon Tech track team is celebrating along with the spectators in the stands. It was a strong race on all accounts, and everyone is satisfied with the outcome, except for probably Multnomah, because they didn't.
Yeah, I think that's kind of as good as you can do last spot.
Hammer throw is to be beginning their warm-ups. We have the first athlete, but no officials on standby to measure. Strong first throw. I do think the hammer throw is kind of wild as an event because it's all of the danger of discus and shot put combined with a mechanical advantage to throw much farther and much harder.
Final two events. We appreciate your support in our first home track meet here at Oregon Tech in. And we welcome you back on the 10th and 11th of the month as Oregon Tech hosts the 2024 Cascade Conference Championships. On behalf of those of us associated with Oregon Tech, we ask that you please drive home safely.
If you couldn't hear, that announcement was from our Director of Sports Information, Mike Safford, thanking everyone for coming out to our very first track meet in 12 years. This is the first time that Oregon Tech has hosted in such a long time because we just got our track facilities remodeled. We're ready for the oncoming seasons. Looks like hammer throw has a Southern Oregon athlete getting ready to throw, or at least getting ready to warm up. The group of runners in the middle of the field appears jovial. I would hazard a guess that they are all satisfied with the outcome of this meet. Especially Allie Odell, who I believe set a personal record on every event in the women's decathlon despite it being super windy, super cold, hailing sideways, raining for a while, and just being overall suboptimal conditions in terms of weather. Right, we see that Southern Oregon athlete walking out to retrieve the hammer. And now the next Oregon Tech athlete steps up to the plate, steps up to the circle thing that they throw from to get ready. Right, and our Oregon Tech Owl is starting her swing. She's getting ready, releases for a solid throw. Dead center, perfect aim down the middle of the lane. So leave the camcorders up for now, but everything else we can start packing up. If you hear me sniffling, it's because I've been out here since 7:45 a.m. in the horrible wind with what I thought was enough layers, but I was unfortunately wrong. Now it looks like a Southern athlete has begun their swing. They're coming around, launching the hammer. It looks like they hit it into the net and it bounced back at their feet. That's not an ideal warm-up. Something like that can really play with the head of the athlete who's competing. But they have more opportunities to warm up. I believe they will get their head back in the game. You might be able to see on the broadcast, the crowd is starting to conglomerate next to the hammers because no one wants to be in the firing line. If one of those things hits you, you are going to have a bad day. The Southern athlete collects their hammer. Next up, Oregon Tech. Any minute here, we should start measuring and see some actual results that count for the meet. Now our Oregon Tech Owl spins up, heaves the hammer, a little off center this time, but still a good throw. I have now been abandoned by all of my partners in commentary. So for the rest of this, it will just be me rambling, which is unfortunate because I don't know any of these athletes' names, how these events are supposed to work, or how they are performing compared to their usuals. In the heat sheets that I have here, I do not see any documentation for previous attempts or records, so all I can say is they are throwing it far, and I don't think I could do that. Yeah. Joining me now is Oregon Tech Broadcasting Associate Aiden Shields. I do believe, Aiden, you know about track, right?
Yes, I did track and field for 3 years in high school. I proceeded to forget almost everything about it as the summer course.
What can you tell me about the hammer throw?
I don't know, because the division I was in up in Washington never did hammer throw. This is my first time ever seeing it.
I honestly did think that this was just the kind of thing that they would have in movies. I didn't believe that this was an actual event, but clearly they are actually grabbing that little handle on the chain, swinging the ball around, and hucking it as far as they can into that big, like, lane on the field that they have chalked out there.
It is interesting to see something that you've never seen before, especially something that appears to be commonplace, but from where you're from, it's very obviously not.
I'm curious to know the weight of these hammers, considering in our rehearsal day yesterday, the trainers and some of the other athletics officials were using them to weigh down the tents.
It's a very good question. Instinct tells me around 10 to 7 pounds, I'd say.
It looks like that person who just ran across the lane did in fact survive. That was a very bold move, especially considering that the athlete had already started spinning up for their throw. I personally would not have the gumption to make a cross across the lane at that time.
There are some comments I cannot make on this program. Let's just say that about people. So, do we want to explain a little bit? Do we want to give the audience a peek behind the curtain of how this works?
Sure. What do you have in mind?
How about our basic camera setup? Why we decided to have so many?
Well, as director of Oregon Tech Broadcasting, I have always wanted to put on some really kick-ass sports broadcasts for the school. I'm very passionate about the community that we have here, and we also have consistently high-performing teams for all sports. So what I did when I was planning for all of the purchases that we made for equipment, I looked at professional sports leagues. I looked at the Olympics, I looked at the NFL. Even though we don't have football, I looked at the NBA, I looked at pro softball, pro baseball, and I made a list of camera angles. This is reflective of the best setup that we can have with the budget limitations that we face. Having multiple cameras, I think, really enhances the viewing experience, especially when they are the cameras that we can move around and zoom. It lets you track the action for every race and every event as it's happening and give a better show to the viewers at home.
These are all very good points to make. Thank you for enlightening the audience.
You are so welcome, Aiden. Looks like we have another person gearing up for the hammer. This time that coach is running back across again, but this time not when someone's throwing. He's removing the hammer, and he's standing out there. That is a bold move. That hammer struck not 2 feet from where he was standing.
I do believe that this was nearly something far worse. I am surprised, to say the least, but also not.
That is a credit to the athleticism of that coach and his ability to get out of the way that fast.
It certainly is.
I wonder if it would be possible to juggle the hammers.
You can juggle anything if you're brave enough.
I question if it's possible for a human to be able to do that with how heavy those are.
I'm sure stranger things have been juggled.
It looks like there's a flock of birds starting to fly near the hammer throw. If we're lucky, we might get to catch a hammer clocking one of those birds on its way from the athlete to the ground.
That would be very good entertaining. However, I don't know if YouTube would agree with saying that.
That would be something we would have to very quickly cut away from.
Yeah. Good thing we have all those multiple camera angles.
Yes. Good thing.
I think you said something stupid.
You want to talk about hammer throw? Neither do we.
No, I did 3 years in track. I've never seen hammer throw.
me about hammer throw. Joining us is Eva Brady, who we earlier saw compete in a couple of sprinting events. Eva, what do you have to say about hammer throw?
It's a really impressive event. I mean, they really rip and grip that, you know. They toss
They
it.
do rip and grip it, indeed.
I guess they grip and then rip.
Grip and then rip?
Yeah.
Not rip and grip.
Yeah, my bad.
That is a little
We've
embarrassing.
got a lot of we got a lot of girls, really talented girls out here today throwing. A lot of the freshmen are new to this event because it's not something that people have access to in high school. So it's really cool. We have a nice facility. Katie Moehl holds our record in hammer right now, so she's looking to break that today. I don't know her exact mark. I think it's like, I actually don't want to guess.
It might be on one of these papers, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, well, good luck to the ladies. The wind is on their side, so that's good. And yeah.
Hell
Thanks,
yeah.
Graham. We'll try.
You're welcome, Eva. Brady.
Thank you for your very insightful commentary.
Here we see another person step up to the dish thing that they stand in. The island?
Diamonds.
The diamond.
I don't know.
I thought it was a circle.
The mounds.
The mound.
The place where they throw from.
That was easily the farthest throw we've seen so far. I don't know how that compares to that particular athlete's previous performances or the actual measurements from the other one, because we are limited on camera angles right now because of the unfortunate positioning of the net to protect the audience. It does impede our ability to get a good, clean shot without zooming in across the entire field.
Let's dig through our 14 feet of paperwork to see if there's anything on here.
Oh, women's hammer right here. Katie Moehl. Katie Moehl's record was 45.04 meters, which is 4.5 meters farther than 30.54 meters, which is the second farthest throw we have on our sheet. And that comes from Tara Bickford, who is a freshman. Now, as Eva just mentioned, the freshmen may not be putting up the same performances as more senior athletes because they don't have the opportunity to learn the sport and practice it in high school. I'm guessing that's probably because of its incredible danger associated with it.
I could see that, considering I never did it when I did track in high school.
My track team didn't have it either.
Yeah, let's just say if we did, some bad things probably would have happened.
That was another throw from Southern Oregon. Another strong throw from an Oregon Tech Owl. Leaders in the athletic community.
They certainly are.
Yeah, if you can. Only thing is the exposure's a little weird on the monitor, but on the stream it looks fine. See if you could track the shot.
Here we have, I believe, a Multnomah athlete sending the hammer flying.
Very good.
Landing just in front of what I think is the center line.
You could probably shut that camcorder down.
Just disconnect the cables and then pull the legs in. You can leave the stuff taped on and like the camera on the tripod. Yeah. Today, I believe between 4 and 5 o'clock, Senator Ron Wyden is holding an open house, or not an open house,
Yeah,
a
it's
town hall.
Yeah, town hall, and I thought it was from 5 to 6. I'd suggest checking other places.
Yes, this
Perhaps
is.
we aren't the most reliable sources on that topic. We're here for sports, not politics.
He is coming today to the College Union to hold a town hall. Aiden probably has more reliable information because I never actually looked it up. I am simply speculating based off of the time that previous town halls have been held. Up next, we have our Oregon Tech Owls coming back to the little cement patch, getting ready to grip and rip, as Eva Brady said, on this day, March 23rd, 2024, at approximately 2:48 p.m.
Perhaps we should send out a correspondent to discover the name of that awesome place.
Unfortunately, we are understaffed and cannot do that at this time. It's also more fun to speculate.
That's fair.
If there's one thing I love, it's making stuff up. I challenge the viewers to go back through the broadcast and find all of the things that I made up on the spot. I've been talking out my ass quite a bit, not just in terms of facts, but also in descriptive statements about things that are going on. It looks like Sienna Gregory, someone I do know, an Oregon Tech Owl, has stepped up to the ground pad. She's taking a look at where she wants to throw, and she's getting her spin started. She comes around, releases with a dead center shot, just shy of what it looks like is her previous mark. They've been frozen for 3 hours.
It's a lot more than just my hands, let's just say that. As you prepare to finish up today's broadcast, we appreciate your support and your viewership today. All three of you.
Do we actually have a viewer count on here?
That's a very good question. Oh, well, let's check. Are we all by our lonesomes, or are there actually people watching?
It would be incredibly embarrassing if shortly after this we found out that there was a non-zero quantity of people watching and that someone had been listening to everything that I've been saying that wasn't on the OTB staff.
Yes, indeed. Thank goodness this can be wiped from people's memories thanks to our interesting qualities.
Hopefully, in the future, it won't be spring break when we have this stream, and we will have more OTB staff to run a smoother stream with less technical challenges.
There are indeed a record 3 people watching as of right now.
3 people? Oh my.
I can't believe I was correct, but I am also not surprised in the slightest.
I will ask for one of the viewers to send a message in the chat so I know whether or not you have this stream muted. Because there is still some hope for me if they have it open but muted because they grew of our rambling. It looks like there is a dispute about something in front of the hammer area. And the officials and the coaching staff, and it looks like an athlete, are moving the gates farther open. I wonder if he notices that the back of that was chalked with a wheel. Because that could lead to a challenge when opening the fence, or the gate, or whatever that's called. The big net?
Have I been muted this whole time?
You might have been muted this whole time, Aiden. I do not know.
Hi there, it appears I've been muted for the past at least 20-odd minutes. I apologize for that.
Go ahead and just restate everything. Oh.
That can be summed up in a couple of very apt words. Incoherent rambling.
We do have a couple of viewers. Thank you guys for watching so much. Please do not report on the things that I've been saying.
Let's just all move on from this.
Anyway, it looks like what's her last name? M. Bitler is stepping up to the octagon. Is that an octagon?
It looks like a diamond.
A diamond. Yeah, I could see that. To the rounded diamond with a circle in a minute for a throw. She also performed very well earlier today in the shot put, and I believe also competed in discus. So I'm not sure on that.
That was a very good throw. Although rather off center. I'm not very familiar with the rules of hammer toss, so.
While off center, that was still the very first shot that our cameraman had to pan over to capture, which would indicate that it's a pretty good throw, man.
Yeah, that's one for the history books.
I believe they all go into the history books because they report every single throw, but I agree with the sentiment of your statement.
What's truly going to be remembered here is my question. I think probably out of everything that will be remembered is the driving rain, and the driving hail, and the driving snow.
It is unfortunately common here in Southern Oregon that we have sideways hail. It is just unfortunate for us because we have to be in it.
Yep.
If one of those viewers happens to have like a 20-foot enclosed trailer they want to donate to Oregon Tech Broadcasting for a broadcast trailer, my email is graham.wilchout@oit.edu.
Like any good leader, you never miss a chance to plug.
Yes. There's one thing I am good at. It is professional begging.
There's nicer words for it.
Here we have, I believe, that Multnomah athlete spinning up for her next shot. And it is a good one.
That was very well done.
You can wind down camera 4, but we need camera 1 to stay on.
For our viewers at home, we do encourage you to share a positive version of your experience watching today with your compatriots so we can improve the remote audience for Oregon Tech sports. Our athletics people are very dedicated to getting the word out there and bringing everyone in the Oregon Tech community the opportunity to see how Oregon Tech Owls are performing. I do believe I should bring my binoculars next time so we can see what's going on the other side of the field.
Things as a space heater.
Maybe even a tarp to put as a wall for the tent.
Yeah.
I believe that was Sienna Gregory who just threw. Another Oregon Tech athlete. I do wonder if they ever make mistakes in measuring because the tape gets caught up in the grass and they add like a bend in there.
It's a very fair question. I wonder how that's addressed.
The world may never know.
Perhaps we'll find the answer someday.
Perhaps. Perchance, even. When do you use the word perchance?
I haven't got a clue.
I usually go with whenever I feel like it. Here we have, I believe, Katie Moehl, whose previous PR is 45.04 meters. We don't have a correspondent out hearing results right now, but that was a damn good throw. There's a chance that she sets a record today, even though it is so cold and it's so windy.
Yep. You know, I hope all these athletes can go home to a nice cup of coffee and a nice hot bed.
I hope I can go home to a nice cup of coffee.
It's very cold and I am very tired. Please send help.
The rest of the broadcast should be in nicer weather conditions.
Yep. The sun's been popping in and out over the past, about 45 minutes now.
Just not shining on us.
Yep. That's fine. I have...
You think this is M or Katie? I think that might be M. Sending another rocket into the stratosphere. Our Oregon Tech Owl, like usual, throws really well.
She certainly does.
I believe that was Katie Moehl who just threw. Next up. Is anyone up next, or is that the conclusion of the women's event?
That might just be everybody. Or not. I'm sorry.
Oh, it looks like another athlete has entered the ring. The place, the hammer place. I believe this is one of the Multnomah representatives. As she walks off, it looks like she has just thrown her final throw. Does the men's hammer throw come after? Because on the schedule I got, they were reversed.
On mine, it says the men's hammer started at 2:30 and the women's hammer started at 3:15. So they might have been switched unless we're running very far ahead of schedule.
Well, the women were just throwing, so I wonder if this is just an athlete who didn't get an opportunity to throw earlier. This is one of our...
It's a very impressive shot there.
That one probably would show up on the Air Force radar from the air base in town. That was a rocket. I don't know how well you can see it online, but that thing sailed.
That was a very impressive shot there.
Another thing to look forward to on future Oregon Tech broadcasting sports broadcasts is live motion graphics. We have them all set up, but the people who knew how to use them were sick today.
Aren't they lucky?
They sure are. If they had toughed it out and come out here, they would probably be pretty miserable.
Yep.
If they had a cold, they would walk out with a colder, perhaps even a coldest.
Or bronchitis.
All right, that same Oregon Tech Owl taking the square again. He has begun a spin, and he sent that thing not quite as far as last time, but still pretty damn far.
Yeah, that's still... You can't really complain. That's a good shoot.
I'd be interested to see, instead of just a hammer throw, a hammer catch.
I believe there's much too much liability involved in that. I doubt the school's insurance agent would be very pleased at that.
Believe it or not, the actual reason we didn't ever get football back when we left in the 70s was because of the insurance premiums associated with adding a football team.
That's what I figured.
It's a lot cheaper to keep a football team than it is to start one, it turns out. We are also a very affordable school, which also means we're not a particularly well-funded one. But with the strong faculty presence that we have and the strong community we have between the students and faculty here at Oregon Tech, we make up for it.
Sure. No, as a freshman here, it's been going all right. I think I made the right choice here.
I do too. For both you and me. I like it here too. Looks like Southern Oregon just had a throw.
I think the ones that have these, those would. Was it like Hunter Drops or something, the coach?
Yeah.
I think he's the one who set those up. Okay, perfect.
Just giving a word of guidance to an athlete who is trying to clean up the timing system. Another rocket into the stratosphere. I wonder what the advantages of, or what the the different angles of departure mean for the length of throw. Do you think it's better to take like a 45 or a pretty level shot, or?
I'd say about a 45-degree angle, but then again, I am a civil engineering major, and I'm not very good at math because of that.
I'm in electrical engineering, and, well, if there were circuits to describe that, I'm sure I'd have a decent shot at guessing what's going on.
Yeah. See, give me some concrete, and I could tell you a hell of a lot about it.
Is there any edible concrete?
Legally, no.
I'm hearing a but coming.
You are correct. There's
tech
nothing you
owl.
can stop. There's nobody who can stop you.
I was wondering the other day, if concrete leaches chemicals and off gases, how do they use it in stuff like pizza ovens and other things that touch food?
The off gases are more a part of the actual formation of concrete as a material. For example, the production of Portland cement does give off a lot of CO2 due to the high temperatures and a lot of other factors that are part of its production.
So it's the actual manufacturing of the powder that off gases, not when I mix it up with water and pour it.
Yeah, there is a little bit of CO2 that's given off, but the majority of all the gases are the part of the actual production of Portland cement.
It's fascinating. I wonder if Portland cement made the cement that's used in the remodel for this John F. Moehl Stadium that this stream is brought to you from.
Most likely. There are some other types of cement, but Portland cement is most common. The other types are more specialized, for example, for marine use or other such, like in, for example, nuclear power stations.
Is Portland cement a type of cement or a manufacturer of cement?
It's a type of cement originally named for Portland in the United Kingdom, where...
Boo.
Yeah.
Portland, Oregon, let's go. Except for the
Portland,
stuff going on there.
Portland, Maine is the superior of all three.
But it's not in Oregon, so there's no way it could possibly be as good.
Look, I'm a Washingtonian. That should explain my feelings about Portland.
I'm not the biggest fan of Portland myself, but just by virtue of being in Oregon, I'm sure it outperforms the others. Looks like we have someone stepped up, spinning around.
And there they go.
Another solid throw from an Oregon Tech Owl, I think. I believe that was Sienna again. I wonder if they are intermingling the men's and women's hammer right now.
It certainly looks like it.
Another strong throw. Looks like also from an Oregon Tech Owl. Next up looks to be Katie Moehl, one of our star throwers for the women's events. That had to be a PR. Look at that.
That was a very impressive shot.
Yeah. The angle that you're at for the broadcast doesn't show the same angle that we can see from where we're sitting. When it looks like it's coming towards you, it is. And that makes it harder to see just the massive distance that was just covered. That was probably 40% of the field. That might be a PR for her. Not to mention it was a diagonal shot, so it could be even farther.
We'll have to see what the official results are at the end of today. You could find these on athletic.net.
Damn straight. I think they're on athletic.net. They'll also probably be published to the OregonTechOwls.com website. Dude, that one was even farther. Oh
that
my
was
god.
very impressive.
Looks like another athlete is stepping up.
Well, provided we don't blow away, it's
Yeah.
we should be wrapping up today's broadcast in a little while, as soon as this event finishes up. This is our final event of today. We had a very long list of events, from the men's 4x4 relay to 300-meter races to 110-meter hurdles. We had a lot today, and we thank you for joining us.
We were even able to cover most of them.
Yeah, I believe the only one of the few that we truly missed out on was the high jump.
Yeah, the high jump was unfortunately during a bunch of the sprinting events, and a lot of times, as soon as the sprint would start, so would the jumper.
Yep.
We do appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you for the kind words in chat. We do appreciate the easing our minds about how this broadcast is going.
Thank you for the moral support.
We hope you'll join us in the future. I think this guy has thrown like 10 times now. I'm really not sure what's going on.
Perhaps we should dispatch our correspondent who is returning to us right now.
Walter, can you go find out what's going on with the hammer throw? It'd be awesome if we could read out results too. We shut down some of our cameras, so now one of the 3 people here is available to go look at what's going on.
There's 4 of us. I'm just not paid.
Yeah, Walter's not paid either, if it makes you feel better.
Slightly.
Eventually, when we are allowed to start advertising, we will hopefully make money that we can use to make this even better.
Yep.
And get that propane heater.
Yep. Or just broadcast from a nice hot media room upstairs that we can't use.
Yeah, we were talking with some of the athletics guys earlier about this summer maybe being able to go through and remodel a couple of the press booths and add pass-throughs so that we can run everything from in there. Because I believe they have an actual internet connection in there, so we won't be running off of wireless from the res hall. And we'll hopefully at that point be able to hardwire all of our cameras so we don't have the same issues we were having with the wireless transmission system earlier. Now, Southern Athlete spins up, but winds it back down. I wonder what's going through their head right now. Probably, I should not throw that.
Huh.
Ooh, an unfortunate shot straight into the net. Perhaps the next one will work out a little bit better for them. Now there are synchronized claps coming from the hammer throw region. It looks like everyone's hyping up this person who's coming in to throw. It's either that or they are closing it down because, oh, that hammer that they just threw into the net didn't come down. It still hung up there. I would not be brave enough to be yanking on the net right underneath. Oh my god, dude, look at that.
That's,
if that comes down, that's, I mean, I guess they're trying to get it down, but
I would imagine that most of these people are not covered by health and safety laws. So, it's their choice, I guess.
I know if I was operating this meet, I would definitely make those people sign waivers and releases.
Yep. Hopefully they have.
Well, it's athletics insurance policy either way, so. We just got confirmation from our correspondent. The hammer is in fact stuck in the net.
In other news, it sounds like there's a northbound freight train leaving right now. Klamath Falls is an important junction. I don't know.
Yeah, if we run Amtrak and freight through here, it comes right through town.
Yep.
Thank you, Annette and Melinda, for the kind words. We are also really ready for a hot beverage and a heater.
Yeah.
See, I think there is at least some respite for the athletes because they are running. They have blood flowing, they can warm up, even if it's just for a few minutes.
Well, half of them have left already, too. Half of them only got here at 9.
Yeah.
I'm not bitter, not in the slightest.
I'm not bitter either that I have to sit here in the same spot under the tent as my teeth chatter. But at least we were able to drag Toby and Tyke in, and for a while, Michael and oh man, and Thomas under here to suffer with us and provide some color commentary.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that they are choosing to proceed while that hammer is still stuck in the net.
I guess they have spares for a reason. Kind of surprised they didn't do that in the first place, but here we are.
I wonder if they are hoping to hit the hammer out of the net with another hammer. I wonder if it would be possible for two athletes to stand on either end of the field and to throw the hammers in such a way that they hit each other in the middle. Not at each other athletes, but the hammers hit the other hammers. I also think it's interesting that they call these hammers, because I don't think I would want to swing a ball on the end of a steel cord to try and drive a nail in.
Nah, there's a lot more efficient ways to do it.
Like perhaps with a hammer with a rigid shaft. A nail gun, even.
Those are some very bright ideas.
Did you say the last one was final, or the last one was a foul? Sounds like that last one was a scratch because they stepped out of the ring. I believe this is Katie Moehl, ready to send another rock to outer space. And she does it. Perhaps not her strongest throw of the day, but still clearly a very strong one. Sounds like that last one came in right around 28 meters. Unfortunately, that's about 20 meters short of her record. Closer to 17, but... Here, is that M? That was a good throw. That one was 44.39 meters. That's definitely a PR, nearly breaking Katie Moehl's record.
She is certainly going places in the world of sorts.
I believe this is Southern Oregon University athlete. Doing the stanky leg right before she starts her spin.
It's an old Medford tradition.
It sure is. I believe that one is a scratch because it's outside of that boundary line, despite being a real good throw.
Wait.
SOU's in Ashland. Close, but no cigar.
Correction, that is a very old Ashland tradition.
Yes. In the 1800s, when Ashland was first founded as a gold town, they invented the stanky leg. Later popularized in the, I think, late 90s.
I'd like to apologize in advance for any uncouth statements. Let's just say cold does funny things to your head.
If you think this is bad, you should have watched the rugby stream from last year. It's a good thing the audio wasn't working, I'll just say that.
I do need to...
You make any jokes you want, Aiden. The only time we really have to dial it in is when we have advertisers that we have to please.
That's fair.
That last throw was a 38-meter even. See our Oregon Tech Owl get ready for his next throw. Spinning, and it's gone. A strong throw, but I think the farthest one we've seen so far was from Katie Moehl a couple throws ago.
I do believe you're right. Looked alright, but there definitely have been better throws today.
Definitely a good shot, but man, Katie Moehl put some gas behind that thing. And that was a 26.30 meter throw on that last one. believe this is a Multnomah athlete getting their footing, starting their spin. I was told previously at this meet that Southern Oregon would be wearing their red jerseys, Multnomah would be wearing green, and Oregon Tech would be wearing our blue navy ones. Fortunately, that didn't work out, so it's not very easy to tell them apart. And that last throw was a 27.23 meter throw.
We're very fortunate to have our wonderful correspondent out there, who
If you look closely, you can see him, Walter Corthell, in the background in the crowd.
Yep.
I actually think this athlete and the previous athlete might have been Southern Oregon University athletes. Yes.
That was a very impressive throw there.
That was. I think he might be the only person to beat out Katie Moehl today.
We'll wait and see. I guess depends on how many people are left.
It sure does. If anyone can juggle the hammers, I think it's that guy. You can see Walter there on the right side with the long black hair and the green sweatshirt. And he just said 39.41 meters into his microphone. Now here we have Emily Bittler for, I believe, the final throw of the meet. It's either that or the athlete's final throw.
This is a very interesting way that this was done.
Here she begins her spin up.
See how she does. I do not see where that landed. Oh.
That was pretty good.
Yes.
I thought she stepped out a little bit at the end there, but that could just be the poor angle from which we were viewing.
I wouldn't be surprised.
But it looks like they're measuring it officially. Came in at 34.81 meters, which I believe is right in the middle of her other throws, judging by how far it looks like it went. I'm going to hazard a guess that the final throw meant Emily's final throw, not the final throw for the hammer throw event today.
Yep.
I would support that speculation with the fact that another person is now throwing. Site from coaches Mike Anderson and Hunter Drops. Not to name drop them, but I just did.
If you have any complaints, I'm sure that they would be glad to hear them.
If you guys are happy with the stream, this is brought to you by Oregon Tech Broadcasting. If you're unhappy with the stream, then it's brought to you by Oregon Tech Athletics. The wind is picking up along with the rain.
Yep. Interesting to note that the wind has changed directions. It was previously blowing from the west, now it's blowing from the east.
Here we have Sienna Gregory getting ready to go. A good throw. That guy in the red jacket got scared and jumped back.
Yes, he certainly did. I'm surprised there's people that far out there, but okay. Their neck, I suppose. Although now we don't have any other cameras to cut to, so.
That last throw was a 34.65 meter throw. And then one of our other correspondents running a camera in fact, the only person running a camera, Ryan Hawley, just said to Aiden over the radio that he didn't hear that we could grab the second camera that we previously had up there, and he could give it to you if you want to try running around with it. I would say, do what you want here, but I'm not going to be upset if I still have a partner to do commentary with.
I'm tired and I'm cold and I'm going to stay here, thank you.
That sounds good.
Plus, I think I twisted my ankle this morning, so probably the less I move, the better. For those of you who don't know, the track here is built on top of what was probably a clay pit and is very slick when it rains, so watch your step.
24.90 was the latest call on that. Yes, Ryan Hawley, our camera correspondent right now, is in basically a mud pit at the top of the track. Luckily, he has his four-wheel drive 4Runner and off-road tires on it, but I can see from here that his car is now covered in mud just from getting into the position that he's in.
We may have to call in a wrecker for him. We shall see.
Another really good throw, man.
I'm just going to stay here for now.
Just realizing that this whole stream has been broadcast in 30 FPS when, in fact, we could have done 60. That is an oversight on my part, and we will correct it in the future.
Me, I'm used to 24 frames a second, but personal choice.
I do think 24 looks better for... And a throw straight into the net. I do think 24 looks more cinematic and it's better for narrative stuff, but for sports, I believe the higher frame rate gives you a better view of what's really going on. It looks more lifelike and gives the viewer the experience that they are actually here with us watching, without the added punishment of being freezing cold.
You're fired.
What you just heard was one side of a radio conversation between Aiden and Walter, where Aiden, an OTB volunteer, tried to fire Walter, another OTB volunteer.
He's not doing his job properly. You can't blame me.
Yet, I do.
That's not the sign of a good leader.
That's too bad. Another Oregon Tech Owl steps up to the plate.
Yeah.
We might have to put my right hand into warm water to thaw it enough to take the microphone out.
See, if I wasn't at college after this,
And does his little spin move. And he throws it.
You know what I really want right now? Some of my mom's nice hot chili. That sounds good. But that's 500 miles from here, so oh well.
Yeah. Fortunately for me, right after this, I get to go drive a couple hours over a freezing pass to go home for spring break. I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah, I'm not going home for spring break because my parents went to Las Vegas, so there's nobody there.
You don't want to go meet them in Vegas and party it up with your folks?
I don't want to drive all the way to Vegas.
I wouldn't either.
It's even worse than drive home.
The Southern Oregon athlete steps onto the thing. Looks like they're wiping their feet off from all the dirt and mud accumulated. That's probably a good move considering earlier we saw someone completely slip and fall in the shot put circle thing when it had hailed and was just basically a lubricated surface.
That was a very good throw there.
I do think it's interesting how soon they pick up the hammer before they put the measuring tape down. Because they are kind of like just eyeballing it. That was a 31.19 meter throw. But the upside of driving home today is I will be greeted with a nice home-cooked meal. Hopefully.
Show off.
It looks like that throw might have been outside of the scratch line there because they're not measuring it, and it was a really far throw. Alright, now it looks like a bunch of the athletes are dispersing, maybe indicating the end of the meet. We'll say thank you again for watching. We hope to bring you more high-quality broadcasts in the future. And with that, unless you have anything to add, Aiden, we'll bring this stream to a close.